Welcome to this course titled Advanced Linux Privilege Escalation for OSCP and Beyond. Here is a little bit about myself. My name is Blessing Matake. In the field, I go by the name aka Joker the Cyber Gopher. I have 4 years of self-taught cyber expertise under my belt. I roam the digital domain as an ethical hacker or a red teamer, fueled by undisputed passion. Also a content creator and an instructor. Feel free to get in touch. I am open and I love hearing from students. Course overview. First, we are going to give an introduction to what is privilege escalation and also an intro to Linux realm. After that, we start with deploying our lab and configure it the correct way to be successful in this course. Then we dive deep into initial access enumerations, which starts from enumerating the target system from users, system information, network information, and etc. While we are still there, I will teach you shell upgrades, and also I am going to offer you an overkill cheat sheet that will help you get root access in a matter of minutes. And lastly, I have great resources to help you smooth your enumeration and exploitation journey. After that, we move on to automated enumeration tools, which are going to save you a lot of time through trying to privacy in any system. After automated tools, we move on to additional labs, which are free labs designed by professionals for you to practice on. These labs poses a lot of misconfigurations which were designed for you to learn different scenarios of privilege escalation in a Linux system. The labs are free, no cost at all, they just need your dedication and passion. And also they are fun, exciting, and full of knowledge. And I'll be walking you down on every misconfiguration to better your experience. So don't swear it if you are a beginner, I got you, my cyber friends. After that, then we wrap up the course. So now what's important is you to get your beast computer powered on and put some credit card information here so we can start this exciting journey. Lab overview and requirements. In total, we just need one virtual machine, which is going to be Kali Linux, our attack box. Requirements: you need to at least have 8 gigs of RAM and 20 gigs of storage. Okay, what if I don't meet the requirements, you ask? Well, don't ask. Here, you don't have any excuses, my friend. Throughout the whole course, we are just going to use Kali Linux, which is just sipping on 2 or 3 gigs of your RAM. So I'm not taking any excuses today, my friend. Let's go, my awesome friend. Who is this course for? Yo, this course is for all cybersecurity crew out there. Attackers are going to level up their game of escalating in Linux systems. And the defense side is going to step up their defense game too. They are going to learn how these attackers roll and exploit systems for escalation. Enumeration is the key. That phrase never gets old. It is the real deal. You won't escape hearing this mantra on loop among professionals. Pros swear by it. Now, let's quit dawdling. Let's jack into this course pronto.
Now let's talk about what is privilege escalation in Linux. At its core, privilege escalation usually involves going from a lower permission account to a higher permission one. More technically, it's the exploitation of a vulnerability, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or application to gain unauthorized access to resources that are usually restricted from the users or a specific user. Now, why is it important? It's rare when performing a real-world penetration test to be able to gain a foothold at the initial access stage that gives you direct administrative access. Privilege escalation is crucial because it lets you gain system administrator levels of access, which allows you to perform actions such as resetting passwords, bypassing access controls to compromise protected data, editing software configurations, enabling persistence, changing the privilege of existing or new users, Execute any administrative command. As you're witnessing, privilege escalation on a system is very important. So without tarring any longer, meet me in the next learning unit, then we discuss more important stuff. All right, my sweet, sweet cyber realm friend. Now let's take our small, sweet time to talk about permissions in Linux realm, because it is very vital and important to understand them in a Linux environment than you can imagine. Now let's start with users, groups, files, and directories. At a basic level, permissions in Linux are a relationship between users, groups, files, and directories. Users can belong to multiple groups, and groups can have multiple users. Every file and directory defines its permissions in terms of a user, a group, and all other users. User accounts are configured in the /etc/password file. User password hashes are stored in the /etc/shadow file. Users are identified by an integer user ID, which is UID. The root user account is a special type of account in Linux, and it has an UID of 0, and the system grants this user access to every file. Groups are configured in the /etc/group file. Users have a primary group and can have multiple secondary or supplementary groups. By default, a user's primary group has the same name as their user account. Files and directories. All files and directories have a single owner and a group. Permissions are defined in terms of read, write, and execute operations. There are 3 sets of permissions: one for the owner, one for the group, and one for all other users. Can also be referred to as the world. Only the owner of a file or a directory can change its permissions. File permissions. File permissions are self-explanatory. Read, when set, the file contents can be read. Write, when set, the file contents can be modified. Execute, when set, the file can be executed. For example, run as some kind of process. Directory permissions. Directory permissions are slightly more complicated. Execute, when set, the directory can be entered. Without this permission, neither the read nor write permissions will work. Read, when set, the directory contents can be listed. Write, when set, files and subdirectories can be created in the directory. Special permissions. Set, UID, SUID bit. When set, files will get executed with the privileges of the file owner. Set, GID, SGID bit. When set on a file, the file will get executed with the privileges of the file group. When set on a directory, files created within that directory will inherit the group of the directory itself. Pay attention, cyber friend. It's important you pay attention. Real, effective, and saved, UID or GID. I previously stated that users are identified by a user ID. In fact, each user has 3 user IDs in Linux, which are real, effective, and saved. A user's real ID is who they actually are. The ID defined in /etc/password. Ironically, the real ID is actually used less often to check a user's identity. A user's effective ID is normally equal to their real ID. However, when executing a process as another user, the effective ID is set to that user's real ID. The effective ID is used in most access control decisions to verify a user, and commands such as whoami use the effective ID. Finally, the saved ID is used to ensure that SUID processes can temporarily switch a user's effective ID back to their real ID and back again without losing track of the original effective ID. Printing real and effective user or group IDs, just type the command below, ID. Printing real, effective, saved, and file system user or group IDs of the current process. For example, our shell. Type the command below. So this is it, my friendo, for this learning unit. And for now, it is enough for you to understand Linux realm, and everything will open up throughout the course. Meet me in the next learning unit. Bye, friendo.
Welcome to this module of the course. In this module, we are going to pull down the resources we need to be successful in this course. Now, I need you to go in the description of this video and find a .txt file containing a link to an archive hosted on the internet that has all the resources we need to be successful in this course. For me, it is already here on the desktop. I'll go ahead and open it up. As you can see right here, it is saying Advanced Linux Privilege Escalation Resources. Let's go ahead and open up this link. Seems like a Terrabox link. Open up our browser and we paste the link. Here we are, and this is how we're looking. We have a single folder named Advanced Linux Privilege Escalation, and if we open it up, we have few folders inside it. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to pull down this main folder called Advanced Linux Privilege Escalation that carries the resources to be successful in this course. So to properly pull it down, we need to install the Terrabox client software itself on our system. So what you can do, you can just go ahead and click on download right here and Terrabox for PC. It will go ahead and open up a new tab. Then you go ahead and click on free download right here. And just like that, you go ahead and download it. For me, I already downloaded it, so I'm not going to download it again. What I will do, I'll navigate to wherever it is stored on my system. For me, it is on the downloads folder and programs folder. So I'll go ahead and double click on it to install it. Click yes on the UAC prompt. Alright, this is the installation location it is going to be installed. For me, it is okay. I'll leave it like that. And right here it says install Chrome extension. I don't need this. I only agree on the installation in Microsoft Office. I'll go ahead and click quick installation. Alright, for now it is going to install itself on our system and pop up itself in front of us for us to log in. So I'll go ahead and pause the video and I'll unpause once it has finished installing. As you can see, it did finish and now it is going to pop up on our screen right here. Let's give it a second. Alright, here's the Terrabox client software and this is how we're looking. So for me, I already have an account with them. I'll go ahead and sign in with my email and my password. If you don't have an account with Terrabox, you go ahead and click on sign up, or you connect with your Google account or your Facebook or your Apple ID or whatsoever. For me, I am going to sign in with my email address and my password because I already have an account with Terrabox. So I am going to pause the video and I'll unpause once I am signed in. Alright, I am signed in and this is how we're looking. Let's just go ahead and click on got it. Okay, we don't need this for now, and I see a little window right here. It says a file link shared by a friend has been detected. I think it did detect the link on my web browser. So if it's not detected automatically by your Terrabox client software, what you can do, you can just come back right here on your browser and you can just click right here and just say download. It will say the Terrabox PC desktop is starting and it will ask you for a prompt or whatsoever, or Terrabox will just go ahead and detect that link. So what you can do, you can just go ahead and click view. And as you can see, this is the folder with the contents inside. We already know what we can do. You can just go ahead and click on download. And for me, it is saying it is going to download all those files in the F drive in the folder called Terrabox download. Let me go ahead and show you that drive, which is this F drive, and Terrabox download. In this folder, this is where they are going to store that folder that carries all the resources we need. So I'll go ahead and just click download. Is that the correct button? Okay, this one. I just go ahead and click download and the transaction will begin. So let me pause the video for a second and I'll unpause once it is finished. There are not many files, so let me just pause for a second. Alright, seems like it did complete or whatsoever. There were not many files, so I'll go ahead and close Terrabox Client software, I no longer need it. Hide the floating window. I'll delete this shortcut link on my desktop. I don't need it. And let's come back to our TerraBox download folder, and as you can see, we have advanced Linux privilege escalation folder right here that carries all the resources we need to be successful in this course, and this is the folders inside it. All right, my friend, wonderful. So this is it for this video. This is what I wanted you to do, and we have done it perfectly fine. Bye bye, my friend. I'll see you in the next learning unit. Bye. Welcome to this module part of the course. In this module, we are going to download the VMware virtualization software and activate its pro features. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and open up our browser and download it. I need you to say download VMware workstation. Let's go ahead and click the first link on top. Alright, I need you to scroll down and I need you to click on download now on Try Workstation 17 for Windows. I am using a Windows system, so I am going to click right there. Alright, seems like we do have a problem right here. It is saying connection timed out. Seems like there is an error or whatsoever downtime on the VMware side of things, but you should be probably able to download it by the time of this video or whatsoever. They should probably fix this in no time. So let's go ahead and close this browser because I already downloaded it. For me, it is on my downloads programs folder again. Let's go ahead and navigate to it. For me, my VMware workstation is right here. Let's go ahead and double click on it to install the virtualization software. UAC prompt, go ahead and click yes. And let's go ahead and give it a second to finish whatever it is doing in the background. Alright, here is the installation wizard of VMware Workstation Pro Setup. Let's go ahead and click next. Let's go ahead and accept the license agreement. Alright, it says enhance keyboard driver or whatsoever. We can just go ahead and leave it like that. And this is the installation path where the VMware Workstation software is going to be stored. And it says add VMware Workstation Console 2 into system path. It's okay, let's just go with the defaults. Alright, for me, I don't like this option that says check for product updates on startup. No, I love this one to keep me updated. But right here on the join VMware customer experience improvement program, I don't need it. I'll go ahead and untick it, and let's go ahead and click next. And everything is fine. Let's go ahead and click next and install. Alright, probably it is going to take for me 3 minutes installation. But for you, if you have an SSD drive, it is just going to take 30 seconds or 1 minute. So I'll pause the video and I'll unpause once it is finished installing. Alright, my friend, here we are. The installation is finished up for me. Let's go ahead and click finish. And it seems like we are fine. We just have the icon right here. Let's go ahead and double click on it. Alright, right here it asks you if you have the license key or whatsoever. You can go ahead and put the license key right here, or for us, let's just go ahead and click right here. I want to try VMware Workstation. Don't worry, we'll go ahead and activate this software. Don't worry. Let's go ahead and click yes. Alright, the license key that you entered is expired. I didn't enter anything. I want to try for 17 whatsoever. Let's click continue again. Oh my gosh, I don't know what is going on. Alright, it's okay. Let's just go ahead and navigate to where the resources are. And I need you to open this folder called VMware Pro License Key. There's a .txt file. Go ahead and open it up. Copy the product license key. Come back right here. Paste it right here. And click continue. And it says thank you for buying VMware Workstation 17 or whatsoever. Let's just go ahead and click finish. Alright, it did open up. Let me go ahead and clear some things right here. All right, it did open up, and seems like now we are using the Workstation Pro version of this virtualization software product. Let's just go ahead and click on help, and I need you to come on about VMware Workstation. And as you can see, the status says licensed, and the type, volume, or whatsoever, and the expiration of our license key, it is saying no expiration. Wonderful, this is great. So this is it for this video, my friend. We've actually downloaded and installed and activated our VMware Workstation virtualization software. This is it for this video, my friend. I'll be meeting you in the next learning unit. Bye bye. Hey, sup friendo. In this learning unit, we are going to download the pre-installed Kali Linux virtual machine. Let's go ahead and open up our browser. I need you to say download Kali Linux, just like that. All right, I need you to go ahead and open the first link on top from kali.org. All right, I need you to click on virtual machines. All right, for me, I am using a 64-bit machine, so I am going to download this one. But for you, if you are using a 32-bit machine, you go ahead and download this one. Of course, we are using VMware, that's why we are choosing this one. If you are using VirtualBox or this one, you go ahead and choose what suits you. For us, we have VMware, so we are using this option. It is just 3 gig in size. I already downloaded it. I'm not going to download it again. So it is going to be downloaded in the downloads folder, compressed folder, as a zipped folder. So I'm going to cancel this one, minimize, and I'll go ahead and navigate to that location. For me, I already downloaded it and unzipped that folder, and this is how it is looking. All right, my friends, so we are done with the downloading the pre-installed virtual machine. Now what we need to do is put it on the virtualization software. So go ahead and meet me in the next video, then we do that right here. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next video. We are back again where we just left off. All right, wonderful. So in this learning unit, we are just going to set up our Kali Linux right here on this virtualization software. All right, so let's go ahead and click on open a virtual machine. And I need you to go ahead and navigate to wherever that folder is. For me, it is on the downloads folder, compressed folder, right here. And you'll see a single file. Just go ahead and double click on it. All right, it has come up and it is right here. You can go ahead and just rename the name if you need to do so. For me, I'll go ahead and do it later on when I'm customizing my machine or whatsoever, but for now it is good. Now I need you to just go ahead and click on the edit virtual machine settings right here. All right, for me on this system, I have 20 gigs of RAM, so I am going to allocate 4 gigs of RAM on this system. And for the processors, this is just okay, and right here it's just okay. Network adapter NAT is okay, USB controller is okay, sound card and display, everything is okay. I just changed on the memory right here, which is the RAM, and the processor right here, it is just fine. All right, let's go ahead and click OK. But before we do anything or power on this system, there's one thing I need you to do on your virtualization software. Let's just go ahead and click on edit, and I need you to click on virtual network editor. All right, as you can see right here, we have 2 network adapters, which is host only and the NAT network adapter. We are much interested in this one, which is the NAT network adapter, because it will let your virtual machine have internet access, but the host only network adapter won't let your your virtual machine have internet access. If you don't need internet access on your system, you put it on the host network adapter. All right, so the purpose we came right here is we need to change these IP addresses. that says 192.168.8 or whatsoever. We need to put it simple like 10.10.10 or whatsoever. That's why we came right here. So it will be easy for you if you need to type your address. It will be like 10.10.10 than 192.80 or whatsoever. So I need you to click on change settings right here. UAC prompt, go ahead and click yes. All right, let's begin with the NAT network adapter, and you have to come right here on 192, say 10.10.10, and the 0 right here, just leave it like that. It will be automatically assigned by the DHCP, which is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Just leave it like that. After that, I need you to come right here on the host network adapter. We won't use it, but if you need, just go ahead and modify the name the way you need. For me, I'll say 172.10.10, just like that. Let's go ahead and click apply. Now we say okay. All right, wonderful. So your virtual machine is obviously on the NAT network adapter. So when it powers on, it will be automatically assigned with the IP address that will just say 10.10.10 dot something, not 192.168 or whatsoever. That is kind of boring. All right, my friend. So this is it for this video. I'll be meeting you in the next one. Bye bye. All right, my friend, we are back again just where we left off. So in this video, we are just going to power on our virtual machine and set up 1-2 things, then we'll be good to go. So I need you to pay attention on the description of this virtual machine right here. It has a username right here, which is Kali, and the password, which is Kali, which is set by default on this pre-installed Kali Linux virtual machine. So you have to note that. Now let's go ahead and click on power on this virtual machine. Now it is powering on. I'll go ahead and close this left pane right here by clicking right here. All right, my friend, now my system is fully booted up, and this is where I am, and this is how I am looking. So let's just go ahead and log in with the default credentials, which is Kali. All right, I am logged in, and this is how we're looking. So before I do anything or whatsoever, I like to create a root user. It is already created, but it doesn't have a password, so you can't normally log in to something that doesn't have a password. So I am going to set a password and log in into the root account. Then I'll go ahead and customize my system the way I want, and also update my system as the root user. So let's go ahead and say sudo su to set the password on the root user. It will go ahead and ask your password as the Kali user, and it is just Kali. You hit enter, and now we are logged in as root. We can just go ahead and confirm who am I or ID. We can see our ID is 0. All right, wonderful. Are you seeing properly? Let me increase the fonts. Now what I need you to say is password, just like this, and they say new password for the root user. Go ahead and put the password you need and you trust. For me, I am going to put a simple, straightforward password which I know personally. I don't want to tell you my password. All right, so I am done right here. I'll go ahead and close this terminal, and I'll go ahead and log out of this system. I'll go ahead and untick this option, log out. Now I'll go ahead and log in as the root user, which is the King T'Challa from Wakanda. All right, let's see. Wonderful, nice. All right, so what is the first thing? From now on, I need you to go ahead and customize your system the way you want. For me, before I do anything, what is important is updating this system. I would like to change my wallpaper to something simple and straightforward, which is like this one, just like this. And I'll also go ahead and remove this thing. This workspace, I don't need them, and I don't like this type of terminal, so I will not modify it. I'll just go ahead and leave it and install something called Terminator. I'll go ahead and install that later, but what's the most important for now, I need you to say apt. Before apt, let's go ahead and do some 1 2 3 checks. All right, I need you to say sudo, we are already root. I need you to say systemctl enable post grayscale. Yeah, is it grayscale or square? I don't know what is the actual command. Yes, that's the one, the actual command. All right, so the post grayscale is the database of Kali Linux, so it is vital for the Kali Linux system for this database to be enabled. When we say enable, it is enabled whenever this system boots up. It will go ahead and start this database right here, which is just the Kali Linux database, so your machine will run a little bit fast. So what I'll do, I'll say systemctl enable PostgreSQL, so whenever this system boots up, it will go ahead and also start that database. But for now, I'll say systemctl start PostgreSQL to start this database because I'm already logged in. All right, so seems like the database is start up without any error, so I'll go ahead and say status, and as you can see, it is saying active, so it is running. All right, wonderful. I'll go ahead and clear the screen. I don't know how to do so. Yes, I know. Now I need you to say apt. This is what's most important. Apt update. After that, I'll need you to say apt upgrade. So let me go ahead and just cancel and do it like a pro. I'll cancel this command and I'll say after that, we can put and sign apt and like a pro upgrade. So obviously, yeah, obviously after it updates the repository, it will go ahead and upgrade this system to the latest version and security on this system, and you'll be good to go. And that will be the end of this video. So for now, I need you to update your system and also upgrade its packages to the latest tools or latest version or whatsoever. That's all. Then you can go ahead and customize your pre-installed virtual machine the way you need or whatsoever. For me, I am personally going to customize it the way I need. I also don't like this terminal. I am going to change, but for now, what's most important is to just start the database and update your system. You can go ahead and personalize your system the way you want, and for me, this is the way I need. I'll go ahead and modify it later on. That's the point. I think you get the point right here. So this is it for this video, my friend. We are done right here. Meet me in the next learning unit. Bye bye. Hey, what's up my cyber friend? I welcome you to this module of the course. In this module, we are going to learn initial enumeration checks, which is enumerating the environment you are into. This should be done whenever you get access on any system. It helps you to get to know overall information of the system and helps you find privilege escalation vectors. So without wasting any time, let's go to tryhackme.com because they have free machines we can use to learn privilege escalation. Let's go ahead and open up our Kali. And I need you to open up the browser, which is Firefox we have on Kali Linux by default, and I need you to search tryhackme.com. All right, here we are, and this is how we're looking. If you already have an account with them, you can just go ahead and click login, but if you don't have, you can just go ahead and click join for free. I already have an account with them. I'll go ahead and click login, and here I should put the username or just the email address and the password, and I should complete the captcha and log in. So I am going to pause the video for now and I'll unpause once I am logged in. All right, I am back and I have logged in into tryhackme.com successfully. If you are not familiar with tryhackme, you can go around and check some things or whatsoever, and if you are done, I need you to come back on this dashboard and I need you to click on learn and click on search. Once you are here, I need you to come on this box and search for Linux. it will give you the results back. And to find our room quickly, I need you to come right here on subscription type, and I need you to choose free only. Alright, so in this course we are going to explore two machines, which is this one, which is called Linux Privilege Escalation, and Linux Privilege Arena from TCM. So for now, for the initial enumeration checks, we are going to start with the Linux Privilege Arena. Let's go ahead and open this one. Alright, we are here. It is saying Linux Privilege Arena. Students will learn how to privilege escalation using vulnerable Linux VM. SSH is open, your credentials is TCM, and the password is hacker123. Alright, so right here we have task number 1. It says optional connecting to try hack me network. Let's go ahead and read through. You can either use the browser-based terminal, which appears when you deploy the machine, or connect to try hack me network via OpenVPN and SSH in directly. If you have not done this before, please complete the OpenVPN room and learn how to connect. It's easy, and I need you to know that we are going to use the OpenVPN way, and we are going to SSH into this system. So let's just go ahead and click complete, and let's come on task number 2 that says deploy the vulnerable machine. Alright, we can go ahead and click on start. It is saying starting your machine, please wait. Alright, so this is the browser-based Linux vulnerable system that they were talking about, which we are not going to use. We can just go ahead and close it by pressing this button right here, and it will go ahead and close. So once our system is booting, it is booting, and it is going to show the target IP address in 40 seconds of time. What I need you to do for now is to connect to the OpenVPN try hack me network. So I need you to come on, click on access machines, and I need you to choose OpenVPN, which is called advanced, and we are using the Linux machine. That's why we are here. And if we are using the Windows machine, you will use this one, and if you are using the Mac OS, you use this one. For us, we are on the Linux. I need you to come right here, and I need you to click on download, which is number 1, to download your OpenVPN configuration pack. Alright, I have downloaded a single file called jokethehancho.openvpn, and it should be in our downloads folder. Alright, so the number 2 is run the following command in your terminal, which is to install OpenVPN, and it is already pre-installed on this Kali Linux system, so I don't need to do this. If your system is not Kali Linux, you go ahead and run this command, because Kali Linux comes pre-installed with this package. It says locate the full path of your VPN configuration file. Normally it will be in the downloads folder, and for us it is right there. And number 4, it says use OpenVPN file with the following command. You can just say OpenVPN and the path to the OpenVPN file you just downloaded. Alright, so I'll go ahead and open this terminal right here. Let me increase the fonts for you to see properly. And let's go ahead and cd into the downloads folder, and if we say ls, we can see we do have the jokethehancho.openvpn file. Let's go ahead and say open vpn joke. I can go ahead and hit tab to auto complete the file name, and I'll hit enter. And as you can see right here on top, we do have a new IP address. I can create a right pane right here and say if config, and as you can see, we do have a new IP address right here, which is 10.2.13.244, which is the IP address from try hack me networks. Alright, let's go ahead and exit this window, and I'll go ahead and minimize this terminal because I don't like to use this terminal. I'll go ahead and press the Windows key, and I'll search for Terminator, which is the one I love to use, which is this one. Let's go ahead and right click on it. I need to add it on my panel, and it is right here. I'll go ahead and open it up. Alright, here we are. Let me increase the fonts, change the structure of my terminal. I'll go ahead and cd into the opt folder and ls. We do have a folder called Linux. I'll go ahead and remove it. I'll go ahead and remake it because I need to use it. If we ls, we do have Linux cd into Linux directory, and if we ls, it does have nothing inside. All right, wonderful. Now let's come back on our try hack me right here on the browser. To SSH, you can just go ahead and SSH into this system as TCM user, and this is the password, which is hacker123. So let's go ahead and copy this password right here. Not the password, I mean the target IP address. Let's come back right here and say SSH into TCM at this IP address. Now let's go ahead and hit enter. And it looks like we have an error. It says unable to negotiate with this IP address on port 22. It says no matching host key type found. Their offer SSH-RSA, SSH-DSS. So we don't know what is going on right here, but it does give us a hint. So let's go ahead and copy this error right here and open up our browser to search for this error. We do have some results back. We are going to try to solve it by opening the first link. If we don't find our answer, we'll go to the second one, third one, until we solve the error. Let's go ahead and open the first link from askubuntu.com. All right, so this dude was complaining about the same problem right here, and the answers should be below right here. As you can see, it says 10 answers right here, and it says the information blah blah blah. You can go ahead and read through, but it says in a nutshell, you should add the option which is the -o host key algorithm is equals to plus SSH-DSS to our command, just like this, as we can see. So let's just go ahead and copy it as like this. We come back on our terminal and we press the up key to get the recent command we just typed, put a space, then we paste the command they told us to put in a nutshell. Let's hit enter, and boom, it looks like we did get through. And it says, are you sure you want to continue connecting? Yes. And now it do ask for the password. Let's come back right here on the try hack me. We already know the password is hacker123. I'll copy it and paste it right here. You will not be able to see the password, but it is pasted. And as we can see, now we are logged in into this system. I'll go ahead and clear the screen, and I'll say, who am I? I'm logged in as TCM, and where am I? In the home user folder. And if I say los-loah, this is the file inside the home user directory. All right, my friends, so this is it for this video. Now we are logged in into this system. We should now begin the initial enumeration checks. So what I need you to do, get ready with your resource files. I need you to go ahead and locate to wherever your resource files are. For me, it is on the Terabox download folder right here. Come on, open up. And advanced Linux privilege escalation and initial enumeration. All right, so I need you to just come right here and be prepared for the next thing that is going to happen. You can just go ahead and copy the whole folder to your Linux system. That would be nice. I'll go ahead and open up a terminal right here, and I'll go inside the downloads folder, and I'll paste the folder I just copied. There's nothing to paste on the clipboard. Let me redo the thing. Copy, paste. All right, now the folder is right here. So this is it for this video, my friend. In the next video, we are going to begin with the initial enumeration checks. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next video. All right, my friend, we are back just where we left off. So in this learning unit, we are going to perform user enumeration checks. It is important to know who you are whenever you land on a new system. So let's go ahead and open up the user enumeration.txt file. I'll go ahead and minimize this one. Let me increase the fonts. All right, let's go ahead and say id who am I and sudo -l id, and this is the UID of TCM user, and this is the GID of just user, and in the group I'm just in the group of user. It's okay. Let's go ahead and say who am I. As you can see, we are TCM on this system. Let's go ahead and say sudo -l to list all the binaries I am allowed to run with the root user privileges. Let's go ahead and hit enter. And seems like we do have a bunch. It says user TCM may run the following commands on this host as the root user. Right here we have iftop binary, find, nano, vim, man, arc, less, ftp, and map, apache, and more. Don't worry about anything for now. We'll be exploiting a lot of vulnerabilities that will be lying in these binaries if they are being run as sudo. It's okay just to note for now. We're just doing enumeration checks as just a user on this system to find who we really are. All right, let's go ahead and clear the screen and come back right here on our enumeration checklists. We can list the last users logged on by typing who-a and last-a. Let's go ahead and say who. All right, system boot LAN level 2, login, and we have TCM user right here, and it says IP 10-2-13-224, which is familiar because it looks like our IP address. So this is the TCM user and this is the IP address, so I guess this is the SSH session we are using right now that is being logged in right here. All right, let's go ahead and say last-a. We do have a bunch of information right here. Seems like it does come from the bottom to up right here. As you can see, we have system boot or whatsoever, reboots, and we have TCM user on top right here, and it is running on the same IP address 10.2.13, which is our IP address. So this is the SSH login session we are being used. It says logged in still or whatsoever, so this is the SSH session. Let's go ahead and clear the screen, move on. All right, we have G10 password, which is just going to read the etc password file. Let's go ahead and run it, and it does read the file, and we can use this file to determine what are valid users on this system. We all know root user does exist on this system, and TCM does exist, and maybe www-data might be active on this system, and a lot of these are not really users. They are just binaries that may have access to a shell. All right, let's clear the screen and move on. We have cat etc password file, which does the same, and cat etc pipe and grep SSH, trying to grep a user that might have access to the bash or sh session. And as we can see, to the bash we only have root and TCM. These are only valid users on this system. We can also try to find any users that exist on this system by saying los home directory, and we can see we just have the folder user, which I believe does belong to the TCM security, and the root home directory doesn't exist in the home directory. Let's note that. All right, let's move on. We have su root. It says can I switch users? We can go ahead and try, but we won't be allowed because we don't know the password of the root user. If we put anything wrong, it will just say wrong password or whatsoever. Authentication failure. It's okay, let's move on. So if you find any password, you can just run su root or su any user you just found the password on, and you switch the user. Let's move on. We have history command. It says you can find something useful there. Let's go ahead and run it. And as you can see, we have a bunch of commands right here. Let's go to the top. All right, so they were running los-al cat.bash history file. They were reading the history file, and something interesting on number 4 right here. Seems like someone was trying to log in into my SQL database. the host is saying some host.local, and the user is root, and the password is password123. Seems like we did find something useful in the history file. And now we can try su to change to the root user, and this is the password of the root user. Let's go ahead and try that. Su root, and the password was password123. And as you can see, the terminal did just change to root on this Debian system. We can say id, and now we are running as root. You can say who am I, we are root on this system. As they did say, you can find something useful in the history file. Alright, now I exited out of the root user session. I'm back with the TCM session. Let's go ahead and read through the history file. This user, what was he doing, or what was she doing? They did go in the temp directory, clear the screen, list the network configuration on this system, listing all the active network configuration or active session on this system. And they did run this file, not run, they did view this file or edit it. We can just go ahead and try to view it, but we don't know where it is. What we can do, we can just say find slash, which is the whole system, and dash name to find the name of that file, which is my vpn.ovpn, just like that. And I need you to say put, I need you to put 2 and the redirections arrow and the slash dev, which is the folder called dev no, to redirect all the errors that is going to be outputted on this terminal into the dev no, which is just a trash or a black hole in a Linux system. Everything that goes there, it doesn't exist, it will just go out of the system. Let's just go ahead and hit enter to find where the file is, and it does exist in the home user directory. Let's go ahead and copy the path and say cat to read that file out. And as you can see, this is just a configuration of maybe a VPN, as it has an VP or VPN extension name right here, remote host. This is the IP address on this port or whatsoever. Authentication user pass. We do have a path to another file in the ATC open VPN, and the file is auth.txt. We can try to read it by copying its name and say cat, and we paste the path to the file. And as you can see, looks like we did find the user credentials. This is the username, and the password is password321. It's okay. We did find another credentials in the history file. Wonderful. Let's scroll up and continue reading through the history file. After our VPN CD tools or whatsoever, seems like they were doing some things right here, configuring this system or whatsoever. As you can see, reading the version uname or whatsoever, nothing interesting right here. What is only interesting is what we did find, what we did in minutes earlier. Nano, they were reading the history file or whatsoever, downloading linpiece, putting the execute permission on linpiece. They are making another directory of linenum or whatsoever, listing their home folder for finding SSH keys. We can also try to run this command right here, and it says cannot access or whatsoever, no such file or directory. All right, let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. We are done with the history file, and as they did say right here, you can find something useful there, and we did find something useful. All right, now we have another command below right here. It says history file of any user. So this is the find command to find any history file of any user. Let's go ahead and run it, and we do have 2 files, which is saying in the home user directory, which is nano history and bash history. Let's copy the names and try to carry out these files. This one just say identify. Let's copy this one, and this one does give us the information same as if we run history command. All right, wonderful. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. Now we can come back right here, and we can change from the home directory to search the whole system for any history file. right here we can remove the home directory to search in the root folder, but make sure you put that thing right here to redirect all the errors to the black hole, just like this, and hit enter, and it does just find those two files as we did earlier. All right, my friends, wonderful. So it seems like we are done with the user enumeration checks on this system. The information we now know for now is good, and we did find some sensitive credentials of the root user or whatsoever. So the user enumeration is done right here. Don't worry about anything, or if you are saying this is not enough, I was expecting more on the user enumeration, don't worry about anything. Later on in the course, we have automated scripts or tools that will go ahead and search the entire system. But for now, you are good if you are in the exam, just to know who you are, or what rights do you have on a system. Just simple checks or whatsoever is good for now. We'll do more later on in the course. So this is it for this video, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit, where we are going to enumerate the system information. Bye bye. I am waiting for you in the next learning unit. All right, my friend, we are back again just where we left off. So in this learning unit, we are going to perform system enumeration checks to really know about this system we are in. So let's go ahead and open up the system enumeration.txt file. Let me increase the fonts. Okay, what is happening right here? All right, seems like we do have a lot of commands inside this file. Let's go ahead and temper around with them. We have host name. Let's go ahead and say host name. It will go ahead and give us the name of this Linux system, which is Debian. Let's go ahead and run the following command, which is uname-a. It is just going to give us this system is Linux and the name of this system Debian, and it is a Linux machine, and this is the version of it 2.632-5 AMD or whatsoever. And right here is leading to something else, because this version is too old. It should be a Linux system in maybe 16 point something version, which means this can lead to kernel exploits. So let's just go ahead and note that, and let's move on. All right, cat proc version, copy the command, paste it right here, and we do have information Linux version 2 point something something, and it says Debian 2.3 to whatever, the same number, same version. We also have GCC on this system, which is great. We can use GCC to compile some applications or binaries on this system, which is just 4.3 or whatsoever, Debian version or whatsoever. So this is what the /proc version file does give us back. Let's go ahead and do the following again. Copy the command. Let me clear the screen and run it. All right, it says no such file or directory exists. It's okay. Let's go ahead and move on and paste this command called arc. I think it will go ahead and tell you the architecture of the system, which is just x86-64. Let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on with our enumeration file. All right, we do have these commands, which is just loscpu, loshw, losusb, losblk. It says check for unmounted system files or drives or whatsoever. losof open the files, lospci files or whatsoever. We have cat/proc cpu info, cat/proc mem info. It says much info about the system, e.g. how many cores does the system have, cause there is exploit that needs more cores to run or whatsoever. Let's go ahead and try to run these commands one by one. loscpu to list the information about this CPU, which is it's an Intel and it's a 64-bit system or whatsoever, and virtualization type full hypervisor is Gen or whatsoever. This is the information about the CPU we have on this system. Let's clear the screen, run the following command loshw, which is going to list the hardware information about this system. and it seems like this command is not available in this system. We can try to run this command on our system. I'll go ahead and create another tab, and we are back on my system, and I'll say los hw, and this command is also not installed by default on any Linux system. And now it is asking me, do I need to store? Yes, I need to install this package. Let's give it a second. Alright, the package has been installed. I'll clear the screen and I'll run the package. So it is going to query the information about this system, which is the hardware information of this system right here. Okay, come to the top and it will tell you Kali description, computer, product, virtual, VM, virtual platform, vendor, or whatsoever, serial number of this system, whatsoever, motherboard, product, or whatsoever, BIOS, or whatsoever, the CPU, Core i7 7th gen. This is the speed, version, slot, and the speed of the CPU, capacity, or whatsoever. This is the information about this hardware. All right, so you can go ahead and read through and understand better, but for now it's okay. I'll go ahead and close this terminal. I'll come back right here, and let's move on with our enumeration check, which is LOS USB, to list all the USBs attached on this system. I think so. I'll create a right pane and try to run this command on my host machine, and looks like we do have something called Linux Foundation 1.1 root hub, and we do have virtual mouse and virtual USB hub and virtual keyboard or whatsoever on my this virtual machine Linux right here. All right, let's move on. LOSBLOK, it says check for unmounted file systems or drives. Let's go ahead and try to run it on the target system. BLOK, command not found. I can try to run it right here on my host system, and we only have SDA and SDA1 disk right here. It says 80 gigs in size or whatsoever. This is the information we have. Let's go ahead and move on. All right, LOSCOF opened files or whatsoever. Just go ahead and experience with all of these commands. I'll go ahead and run this cat proc CPU info. All right, it just give us the same information as LOS CPU. Let's just go ahead and jump through. Let's not waste any time. Just go ahead and experience with all of these commands right here. All right, I'll come right here. cat/etc exports locating mounting points on this system. Let's go ahead and copy the command, paste it right here, and seems like we do have the temp directory, and it does have no root squash, which is a vulnerability we can exploit, and we'll see it later on in this course. We'll exploit this vulnerability right here. What we will need to do is just to make sure that we have right access on this /temp directory, and by default this is a temporary directory where shit gets stored, so we'll have access to it. So we'll exploit this vulnerability later on in the course. Let's go ahead and clear the screen. Cat etc fstab, what we have been mounted. You can go ahead and try to run this command, see some information. Okay, seems like we did mount something or whatsoever. UID, this is whatsoever, swap was or whatsoever. This is the things we've been mounting on this system. You can go ahead and read through and try to understand them, but for me, I don't understand this. I'll move on. People fear what they don't understand. And let's all agree on that. All right, we can see this command right here. It says how many gigs does a folder use. You can go ahead and try to run this command right here on the target system. All right, it is going to give a lot of information right here. That's why it is important to put that trick at the end of any command, which is 2, and we redirect all the output to the black hole, so we will not be able to see all those errors. All right, so the var directory takes 184 megabytes, etc takes 3 megabytes, user folder, not user, usr folder takes 370. Go ahead and read through right here. As you can see, this is the information we do have. We can see which folder contains a lot of things or whatsoever. Go ahead and read through. I'll clear the screen. Let's move on. All right, ps-aux logged in users on the system. Let's go ahead and try to run the command. All right, seems like we only have two users, which is tcm and root. They are logged in on this system. So this root user might be some root process running in the background to maintain the system or whatsoever. That's why we are seeing bunch of root user right here logged in, and we have tcm right here. It says it runs dash, and this is the last command it did run, which we did run right here on top. So we only have root user and tcm logged in on this system. Let's move on. We have the ps to list the processes or whatsoever, and we have dash forest at the end. Let's clear the screen and paste the command. It will go ahead and list all the processes running on this system in a nice way. All right, you can come on top right here. These are just some root user processes or binaries running in the background to keep the system efficient and running safely. All right, you can come back right here and we can see the root user right here. Says it did run the ssh, and the ssh was run as a tcm and did give the ssh to the tcm. This is the forest, which means ssh which is the ssh binary belongs to root, but it was run with tcm privileges, and now it is passed to the tcm user right here. That's why we do have this session. I think this is our ssh session right here that does execute something in the bash process, and that something is this command that gives us this information, which is this one. All right, wonderful. All right, let's go ahead and clear the screen. We can see www-data might have something running, which is nginx or whatsoever. So on this system, we might have www-data user active and root user and tcm. This is the things we might have. I don't know about this one or one thing. Let's just go ahead and ignore it. I'll go ahead and clear the screen. Let's go ahead and move on. I hope I'm doing well. I'm not rushing into things or whatsoever. You can put some slow speed on this video or whatsoever. All right, we can put the dash grep to grep all the root processes running on this system, and these are all the root processes running on this system. Again, same goes with any user. If you need any users processes running on this system, you can say tcm, and as we can see, grep was running by tcm or whatsoever. That's not fair. This is not the only thing we are running on this system. On the root user right here, I forgot to mention something. You will have to pay attention on the binaries that are being run on with the root user right here. You have to pay attention right here, because if you see something suspicious, that's where you have to pay attention. These one are just default things or whatsoever, but if you see any binary you are not familiar with or whatsoever, you go ahead and search for it and look up for it. That binary might be odd and it might have some exploits or whatsoever. That's the gimmick of running these commands, to see what processes are running on this system, and you might have a process that is vulnerable to any exploit. That's the gimmick. Let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. All right, same goes with this command or whatsoever, but down here it says if anything suspicious or non-familiar process, we look for their version and we search for their exploits. Bro, as I said, if we see something suspicious from the processes of the root user, we'll go ahead and look for their version and we search for their exploits and we'll try to exploit them. All right, let's go ahead and follow along the message information from the last system boot. Let's go ahead and try to read through the information, and it is a lot of information from the last boot. Okay, you can go ahead and read through and see if you can find something valuable and learn more about Linux system by just looking at the information, what is happening in the background or whatsoever. All right, we have MySQL -- version. We can go ahead and try to see what is the version of my SQL, because sometimes we might be able to exploit my SQL. So on this system we don't have the MySQL database, so it's okay. Let's move on. We have get cap -r in the slash, which is the whole Linux system directory, and to output the errors into the black hole, it says hunting down capabilities. If we find any application that does have capabilities, we'll go to gt4beans.com. So let's go ahead and try to run this command. All right, we do have Python, and it does have capabilities set on this binary, and we can be able to exploit it by going to gt4beans website, which is like this: gt4beans github.io, just like this. And we have to search for the binary for us, which is Python, and you click right here on the capabilities, and you have to run these commands right here to abuse the capabilities set on that binary. We'll go ahead and perform this later on in the course. Don't worry about anything. This is what we were saying. If you find any binary with the capabilities, then gt4beans. So this is gt4beans, what we were talking about. We can find some exploits tutorials from a lot of binaries right here. We'll get familiar with gt4beans later on in the course. So let's go ahead and move on. I can see right here it says your machine is going to expire, so we close this and add an hour. All right, before I add an hour again, I will go ahead and refresh the page and add an hour. All right, I am back. So I did refresh the page and I did click on add 1 hour, and as you can see, my time has increased right here. Now let's go ahead and move on. You can come right here on our terminal and on our enumeration checks. All right, let's move on to env. It says the path variable may have a compiler or a scripting language, for example Python, that could be used to run code on the target system or leveraged for privilege escalation. Let's go ahead and run env command. All right, as you can see, it does give you overall information about the system. It says the xcolor term, shell is being bashed, history size is 100,000 or whatsoever. I don't know how to read that number. SSH client, it does showing that someone is logging in on this system as an SSH, and this is the IP address, which is us, as you can see right here. And on port 2022, not 2022, I'm sorry about that, on port 22, and I think this is the process that is holding the SSH. And right here, SSH TTY or whatsoever, and the history size of maybe the SSH session and the user TCM. This is the information we have on the environment command. Mail var mail TCM. We can go ahead and list all the files inside this directory. Maybe we'll find something juicy. And this is the path where our system tries to find binaries if we run a binary on this system. If we say cat, this is the path where it looks for the cat binary. If we say pwd or a history file or whatsoever, this is where the system first look for those binaries to run them. All right, we have pwd. We are in the home user directory, and the home is the home user, and the login name is TCM, and the SSH session, our IP address, and on this system on port 2022, and the equals bin environment or whatsoever. Just go ahead and read through everything to understand better. So the environment command is very crucial. As you can see, it did give us a lot of valuable information. Let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. All right, we have find commands right here. It says binaries with SUID bit set. Let's go ahead and copy the command, run it. As you can see, we do have a lot of binaries right here. All right. Later on in the course, we'll see how we can abuse a lot of some of the binaries that is coming right here. Let's say you did find a binary right here. You need to go again to the gt4beans again to check if that binary does exist there, and maybe we can abuse it. as we said with the capabilities. If it is sudo, you need to come on the GT4 bins again and search for the sudo binary, and for now it is there, and it is just, they do have the sudo abusing version of sudo, and it's okay. Let's just go ahead and move on for now. All right, I'll go ahead and clear the screen, and now we can find the binaries with the SGID bit set. All right, we do have those binaries. We can try to look up them on GT4 bins again. If you need to do so, go ahead and do so. Let's move on. All right, we have this command. It says checking cron jobs, something unusual, we investigate. All right, they told us to check for cron jobs, and if we find something unusual, then we investigate, as they said. You can scroll up right here, and as you can see, we only have some information on whatsoever, but overall, if you need to find some cron jobs that exist on any systems, you can say cat/etc/cron tab. This is where all the cron jobs of this system are being stored as simple, in a simple version. Let's go ahead and hit enter. And as we can see, we have some cron jobs right here that are being run as root. A cron job is a job that has been scheduled to run at a specific time. I think you get me correctly right there. So this cron job or this scheduled task is being run as root in a certain time, and this one again is being run as root at a certain time. So if you see stars right here, this one is minutes, this star is representing hours, and this star is representing day, a day of month, and this one I don't know whatsoever. You need to research on that. This M represent minutes, hours, day of month, or a month of what, I don't know, or a day of week. Yeah, that same goes on with that. You can go ahead and do more research about certain cron job permissions or time or whatsoever. But this script is being run in some minutes, and this one is being run in some minutes. So if we have some permissions over this file, we can just go ahead and replace everything that exists in this file and put something we need, and it will be run as root, and we have root privileges. That's all. That's how we'll be abusing cron jobs on a system, and we'll be doing that later on in the course, so no worry about anything. Let's just go ahead and move on. All right, this command right here is saying find word writable directories. This is finding any directory that we can put our files or do anything. You can just go ahead and hit enter, and he did give us some locations that we might have access to write on: file temp, varlog, the temporary directory, and the dev shm, proc, and backups, and super secret keys. Looks like we do have some lot of information right here. This command did give us some lot of variable information. You can say los in the backups folder, and we can see super secret keys. You can go ahead and copy the location and say los to list what we do have inside that folder, and we do have idrs file, which is an ssh file. So what we can do, we can just say cat that file like this, id underscore rsa, come home to modify the los to cat. And I believe, or if it is in the tcm user id rsa, this is just an ssh key. If it is not for the root user, it is for the tcm security. So what you need to do, you can go ahead and copy the irdsh English is gonna kill me one day. You can copy the contents of that key you found, create another tab right here. Let me increase the fonts, and we'll go ahead and say mousepad id underscore rsa, and we hit enter. Then we paste the contents we did copy, and we save the file, and we close it. What we will need to do is we need to say shmod and we put some appropriate permission that should exist on any SSH key, which is 600. And the key name we just give is ID underscore RSA, and we hit enter. And if we say ID RSH, not LOS, like LOS dash LOSHA, we can see on this file right here we only have read and write permissions on this file. All right, now let's go ahead and try to SSH as root. And let's go ahead and give the target IP address and the -I to put the key ID RSA, and we hit enter. And let's see if we can log in, and it did give us the same error. We can add that dash whatever host ID RSA, you know the thing. Let's just go ahead and search for the error. You know the thing, you know the drill, nothing new right here. We find the answer from Ask Ubuntu. Let's scroll down, we copy this one. Hopefully the key we found can be a root key, and we put it right here and hit enter. And it is asking us for the password of the root user, so which means this key is not for the root user or whatsoever. You can go ahead and cancel and try to see, change the user to TCM. Maybe this key does exist to the TCM user, and it is still asking us for the password. So this key, I don't know, maybe it's your key or mine, I don't know the use of that key. Maybe it's yours. Yes man, it is your key. So it is not working on this system. Maybe this is a rabbit hole for you to think, I did find a way to get the root access or whatsoever. It happens all the time in the exams, in the CTF. You gotta learn to walk through those. This is a dead end, this is a rabbit hole. It's okay, let's clear the screen and move on like men should do, regardless to how you feel. All right, the command below right here says find word writable files. This one can produce a lot of information. All right, seems like we did find this key again right here, and in the proc folder we have some write access on any file inside this directory, and inside this directory we have write access, and in this side again, and in this one again we have write access over this file, which we did find in the cron job. So we might be able to change whatever exists in this file right here, and it will be executed as root, as the cron job is being executed as root. We all know that, and we said that back then earlier. So it's okay, let's go ahead and move on again. And seems like this is the end of the system enumeration. All right, wonderful. We did find a lot of information we can abuse to gain the root privilege, but for now we are just doing initial system enumeration checks. We are not exploiting anything yet. We'll exploit everything later on in the course, so no worry about anything. This is just how you perform system enumeration to really know the system you are in, and to check for privilege escalation vectors, which we did find many of them, but we are not in the exploiting area yet. So this is it for this section, part of the course, not section, but for this learning unit. I'll be meeting you in the next one. Let me clear my screen. So we'll be moving on to the network enumeration. Bye bye my friend, I am waiting for you in the next learning unit. Bye bye. All right my friend, we are back again just where we left off. So in this learning unit we are going to perform some network enumeration checks. Let's go ahead and open up the network enumeration.txt file. All right, up here we have ifconfig and IPA. It says check IP range, or are we dual homed? Let's go ahead and run the commands. All right, seems like we have two network adapters, which is ETH0 and LO. the ETH0, it just give us our IP address of this target system, and the LO is just the loopback address of this system. You can go ahead and run the IP again. It will just give us the same information, and this one will give us the range of this network, which is 16, which means this is a big network right here. All right, let's go ahead and move on. I'll clear the screen. All right, IP-A, up-A, IP-NA, or IP route. Is there any other network we are communicating with or route to a different network? Let's go ahead and run these commands. All right, seems like this is the only network we have, which is 10.10.0.1, which means there could be any number right here and right here. Run the following command. This is the only network we have. All right, as we can see, this is the only network we do have here. What I'm saying this is the only network we do have here is I am saying we only have 10.10, and the IP address here from right here to here will be automatically allocated by the DHCP, which is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So when I'm saying this is the only network, we only have this one, 10.10 something and something. If we are dual homed, or if we have another route on this system, we'll see 192.168 or whatsoever, a different network, or 172 or whatsoever, that kind of thing. So we don't have any route to any another network, or we are not dual homed. We only have 10.10 something something on this target system. This is the network they are connected to. That's all. Bye bye. Not bye bye, I'm sorry, I just received a call on my phone. Let me pause the video for a second and I'll be back in a sec. What's up my friend? We are back again just where we left off. So in this learning unit, we are just going to perform network enumeration checks. So let's go ahead and open up the network enumeration.txt file. Alright, so on top right here we have if config and IP-A. It says check IP range, or are we dual homed? Let's go ahead and run the following commands. If config and as you can see, we have ETH0 network adapter and LO network adapter. The LO network adapter is just a loopback which represents us, and the ETH0 does have the IP address, which is 10.10.205.151, and this is the only network adapters we do have on this system. Let's go ahead and run the following command, IP-A, which does give us the same. First network adapter is the loopback, and the second is this one. And as we can see, the IP range is 16, which means this is a big network. Let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. All right, up-A and IP-NA and IP route. It says, is there any other network we are communicating with or route to a different network? Let's go ahead and run app. And as you can see, we just have 10.10.0.1 right here, 10.10.0.1 at this MAC address on Ethernet, ETH01. Let's go ahead and run the next command. It gives us the same 10.10.0.1. The .0 right here correlates to the DHCP, which is the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, which will allocate the IP address automatically from right here to right here. So you can see this machine, if you reboot it, can have a different IP address, which will be 10.10.24, and right here can have 128 or whatsoever. All right, let's run the last command, which is IP route. which is just 10.10.0.0/16. So on this network we are not dual homed and we don't have another route to another network. When you say we don't have another route or are we dual homed on this device, is we are only seeing this network right here and this range right here, which is 10.10 and the 0.0 or whatsoever. We are not seeing another network. When we are saying another network, you can say 10.10.10. This is a network that is standing on its own, and we can have 192.168.30.1, which will be another network that is standing on its own, or 172.168 or whatsoever. That's what I'm talking about. So right here we only have 10.10.0.1 or whatsoever, which means we only have a single network on this device. So we are not dual homed, and this is the IP range, which is 16, which means this is a big network. That's all. Now let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. You gotta learn networking, man. Networking is everything on ethical hacking. Networking is very important. On ethical hacking, it's 80% of networking and 20% of hacking. You gotta know that. Alright, so right here we have another command, net start, and these parameters. It says what are we connected to, listening to, sharing, open ports, etc. Let's go ahead and copy the command and run it on the target system. Alright, seems like on our IP address, which is us, the loopback, we have one port, we have port 111, which is just listening for something. We have port 8080, which might be the web page or a web address of this system. We can go ahead and see if we do have a web address right here on port 8080. Yes, we do have a web address, which is just nginx on Debian. And on port 80, do we have something? Just on port 80, it just says it works. This is the default web page for this server. The web server software is running, but no content has been added yet. Alright, so it seems like we do have a website running on this system, and it is www data, I believe. Alright, now we have another port, which is 55858. It is just listening. And we have another port, which is 22, which is just SSH. It is listening for connection from SSH, so somebody can SSH in this system as we did. And we have port 25, which is just mail. And we have port 58170 and 47450 and 2049. And you might see some ports you are not familiar with, just like this one, 5585. You will not know what it is, but what you can do is cat to know any port etc services, and you pipe and you say grep and the port number, and you hit enter, and that port number doesn't exist. You can do it on port 8080. It can go ahead and tell you about that port, and it says web cache www web caching services on the TCP or UDP. What about 25? Port 25? What is that? Let's say we don't know what it is. It's an SMP mail. You see what we just said earlier, and we have 2049. We can do it again on 2049 to really see what is that port, and it's NFS, and it is running on UDP and TCP network file system. So if you see any port you are not familiar with, you just copy its number and say cat/etc services pipe grep, and you put the port number, and this one is unrecognizable. It does not exist in this services file. You can just go ahead and open the browser and say port. You can get some information about that port. All right, seems like it is not familiar or whatsoever. Maybe some administrator of that system did open up the port on for something or whatsoever, but it does exist right here on TCP port 47450. Uses the transmission control protocol. TCP is the one main protocol or whatsoever. Nah, you go ahead and read through and do your own search if you need to do so. All right, so this is the command net start or whatsoever. Now let's go ahead and move on. We can see right here down below, before we clear the screen, on this IP address system on port 22, somebody is connected, which is us, our IP address, and this is the process name on port 22, and the state is called established, as we can see. All right, so let's go ahead and clear the screen and move on. netstar-i interface, which is just the network interface. All right, you can see the loopback and the ETH01 mnet or whatsoever. You can go ahead and do a research about this to understand more, but for me, I don't know what is going on. What is MTU, mnet, RK? No, I don't know that. I'm afraid people are afraid of what they do not know, so I'ma skip it. I'ma leave it for you to suffer. You suffer alone, man. And don't forget to take coffee cups while you suffer in the process. It's important. Let's go ahead and run the following command. All right, let's go ahead and run the following command. netstar-s, which is saying network usage. You can scroll up. IP 241, total packets received 8 with invalid addresses. ICMP 9 messages received. TCP 87 segments or whatsoever. If you are a network wizard, go ahead and enjoy your stuff, man. For me, I'ma leave it for you. Let me go ahead and clear the screen and let's move on. All right, this IP address, this command tells you direct what are we connected to on our system. Let's go ahead and run it. All right, the command does not exist on this system. We can go ahead and try to run this command on my system. All right, it is going to tell me what am I connected to. All right, what do we have here? Network manager says I am connected to something else, which is 10.10.10.245, which is just the gateway, and UDP and PostgreSQL. I am connected to the database. I am not connected because right here it is saying listen. So the PostgreSQL is listening on this system. So any information will be transferred through the system and the PostgreSQL. And the Firefox does have, we do have 5 processes in of Firefox. They are connected to something else, which are these IP address, which I guess is try-hack-me and GT4 beans, because they are the tabs that are opened right here on my web browser. And we do have for the last, we do have OpenVPN right here, which is just a UDP protocol, and we have SSH, which is telling us from this network, which is this network right here, this interface, and to this network, which is the IP address of the target system on port 22. It says established, so we can go ahead and confirm the IP address of the target system right here, 10.10.183.83, which is this one right here. I did reboot the system, that's why you see the IP address is different right here. That's why. Let me close the right pane. I'll clear the screen and let's move on. All right, not right here. Let's move on with our enumeration checks. Grab port 80 on etc services. All right, what am I doing here? All right, I don't know what am I doing here. This file is just the file All right, let's go ahead and run the following command, which is grep port 80, which is what we did earlier. Again, this is just going to show you what port does have the 80 number in itself or whatsoever. I already introduced you to this file, so nothing new right here. It's okay. Let's go ahead and clear the screen, and this is it for this learning unit. I guess we are done in this learning unit. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next one, my friend. I am waiting for you. Don't take too long. All right, we are back again, my friend. So in this learning unit, I am going to introduce you to the cheat sheet I've been preparing for you, where we were doing the user, system, and network enumeration checks. Alright, so this cheat sheet contains all the commands you would have to run on any target system you have initial access on before you move on to the automated tools. It will just give you the overall information about the system or the user, who you are, and the network, and to find some small initial privilege escalation vectors. So let's go ahead and open it up. All right, this is how we are looking, and on top we have shell upgrades, and right here down here a little bit we have cheat sheet right here. This is not the correct spelling. Let me correct it. All right, just like this is how we're looking. So on top right here we have shell upgrades. Shell upgrades is like upgrading your shell. For now our shell is looking good, so we'll not have to use it. What I am saying is sometimes you can have a session or a shell on any target system with just a $sign or a pound sign or a hashtag or whatsoever. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Sometimes you can launch any target system with a shell like this one. It will work just properly, but it will just look like this. So here comes the shell upgrades. They will give you a good nice looking shell like this one, TCM a Debian. So you have to copy this command. It says lightning fast, lacks some functions but reliable and easy. You have to copy that command and you just paste it on your shell just like that, and we are back on the good looking shell that says TCM a Debian system, and it will just work very fine. All right, wonderful. Let me hit exit and clear the screen to get back on the $sign again, and we have another shell upgrade right here. It says slightly less function but easier to implement. This one requires Python, so what you have to do is to say which Python, and on this system looks like we don't have any Python, but we should be having Python 2. Let's say which Python 3. Maybe we have Python 3 on this system and it is not returning the results. Maybe it is this shell that is not giving us the results, cause earlier in the initial enumeration checks we did find Python. So let me hit exit and let's go ahead and try which Python, and it looks like there's no Python on this system. Where did it go? I'm confused because, all right, I think it is named Python 2.6 on this system. Yeah, it does exist in the user bin, Python 2.6 right here. That's where it exists. So if you need to upgrade your shell, you have to do it like this. You have a shell like this. What you need to do is come right here, copy the command. Let me clear the screen. Here's the command. So for us it's Python 2.6, just like this, and you hit enter. And now as you can see, we are having a good looking shell that is saying TCM a Debian. This is what we are talking about when we are saying shell upgrades. Sometimes you receive that shell with just a $sign or a pound sign or a hashtag, just like that. So this is shell upgrades. This is how you upgrade your shell to a good looking, good sex looking shell. This is how you do it. All right, so let me go ahead and hit exit and exit again to get back to my normal session, and I'll clear the screen. And now let's move on to the cheat sheet. All right, the cheat sheet is very familiar because every command right here, you know how it works. We have seen it. You start with who am I, who you are, LS, how many users we have, host name, this is the name of the system, uname -aa amr is going to list all the information about the system, catproc version list the information about the system, dmessage and grab linux list the version of the system or whatsoever. Down here just say it will give you the information about the linux version or whatsoever. If config net start and los are we dual homed or what are we connected to and whatsoever. You all know these commands, and sudo -l. What can we do with I have not finished the thing right here, but sudo -l, what can we run as root user, and get cap, what capabilities, what binaries do we have capabilities on, and this is looking for cron jobs. You all know this. This is trying to read the history file, and this is trying to find the history files in the home directory, and you can do it in just the / directory. Alright, cat exports, you can try to read if there is anything NFS shared for us with no root squash. If then we proceed with an NFS attack. Don't worry if you don't know anything about NFS attack, we'll do it later on in this course. So ls etc shadow file, we check the permissions, we cat the file, and task hash and crack. So if we have the permissions, normally nobody will have the permissions to read this file, but if we check the permissions, and if we do have the permissions on this file, we'll read it through and take the hash of the users and try to crack them, and we have the password, and we can just do su to switch user to that user of the hash we cracked. That's all. And we can also check the permission of this etc file, and here we'll be checking for the right permissions. If we have right permissions, we can add another user inside this file, and we'll be able to abuse it to a privilege escalation vector. Right here we are trying to find binaries with the SUID bit set, and right here we are trying to find binaries with the SGID bit set, and once we do, we'll go ahead to the GT4 bins. You know the drill. Alright, down here we are hunting for SSH keys. This is how you will do it, and don't forget to redirect all the errors to the black hole in Linux system. And if we say echo path, we read the path, and if we say export path and we try to add another path to the path that already exists on this system, and if we say echo path and we see the folder or any path, we just put in the path, and if we can modify it successfully, we'll proceed to the attack that abuses the path. So these are just cheat sheet you can use for your initial enumeration to really have an overview of any system and to hunt for small little privilege escalation vectors on any system. And once you are done with this cheat sheet, you will move on to the automated tools that will go ahead and enumerate the whole system and go ahead and find everything that looks suspicious and every low-hanging fruits and every file try to read or whatsoever. Automated tools are the best, and they are the go-to. They are very easy, they get the job done in no time. So this is just the cheat sheet to know who you are on the system and what system you are in, what are you doing or whatsoever, because you might not be able to run the automated tools because you can just escalate with this cheat sheet. If you find a binary that has SCI bit set, you can just go on GT4 bins and then you escalate your privileges, and now you'll be root, so there's no need to run automated tools. So this is the cheat sheet you need to run first. After that, if you not find any privilege escalation vector, you go on to the automated tools, because sometimes you can just find any binary with the capabilities, then you escalate. That's done, the machine is over, we'll move on to the next machine. So that's all, that's the job, that's the purpose of the cheat sheet. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next one. I am waiting for you. Don't take too long, my friend. Bye bye. All right, my cyber friend. We are back again just where we left off. So in this learning unit, I am going to introduce you to the best resources you can get in the Linux privilege escalation realm. So I need you to go ahead and open the resources.txt file. And as you can see, it does contain 3 links. Let's go ahead and copy all of them, and I'll go ahead and open them up on my host machine browser. It does have this extension right here that can open multiple URLs. So we have the first link, the second link, and the third link. Let's go ahead and explain from the first link right here. All right, my friend. So the first link right here that is saying Linux privilege escalation is from internal all the things. And if we look at the left side right here, we have some directories or information about the internal all the things, and we are just on Linux privilege escalation. Alright, so in the middle right here we have the summary. You can check the tools we can use for privilege escalation checklist, looting for password, hunting for SSH keys, sensitive files, SSH key, predictive pre-authorized key process. You can hunt for scheduled tasks, which are cron jobs or system MD timers. Suite, you can find suite binaries or create a suite binary. You can hunt for capabilities. You can use sudo to find some privilege escalation vectors, or you can use GT4 beans, wildcard writable files, NFS root squashing, shared libraries, groups, hijack team accession, kernel exploits, or whatsoever. So on the right side right here it says table of contents. So if you just opened shared libraries, it will show you right here where you are. But if you need to jump to suite or find a suite find suite binaries, you can just click right here. If you need to search for SSH keys, you can click right here. That's the purpose of this right pane right here. You can go ahead and move around without just scrolling down all the way. You can just use this one. If you need to deal with the NFS routing squash, you use this one. If you need to do with the SSH sensitive keys, you can click right here. So this is the best I recommend about Linux privilege escalation resource. This is the first one, and let's go ahead on the second one from book hatrix.xyz. It says Linux privilege escalation right here, as we can see, and this is the directories of the book hatrix or whatsoever, and we are on the Linux privilege escalation, and it starts with system information. You can go ahead and query some system information. You can query some path environment info. You can hunt for kernel exploits or whatsoever. Let's scroll down. You can check the sudo version, is it exploitable, and you start searching for the exploits about that version. You can check more system enumeration, enumerate possible defenses. You can go ahead and check GRC security, pathies, SE, Linux, all of these I don't even know them too. I should be spending time right here on these great resources. You can start enumerating about the drive used for softwares. Do they exist on this system? Vulnerable software installed. You can hunt for processes, process monitoring, process memory or whatsoever, GDB scripts or whatsoever. You can also use this left pane to scroll down and see where you are. Program for Linux, timers, writable timers, enable timers or whatsoever. This is the second great resource you can use for Linux privilege escalation. Go around and click through and read through or whatsoever. Just go around and find yourself, lost yourself or whatsoever in this realm. Now let's go to the last link, which is Linux privilege escalation techniques from Pentest Everything, and this is their directories, and we are just on Linux privilege escalation techniques, and the left pane just leads you the same as the second one and the first one does. All right, automated tools for handling privilege escalation vectors. LinPs is the king on the first right here. We explore them in the next module. We have LinEnum, we have Linux exploit suggester, we have Linux smart enumeration, and LinPriv checker. These are their links to their GitHub repositories. We can hunt for capabilities, which we were doing earlier. You know the drill. This is not new to you. If you say it's new, man, I will shoot you in the face. Then we can hunt for cron jobs, as you can see right here. We can start hunting for kernel exploits by coming right here. We can start hunting for NFS, hunting for sudo vulnerabilities, or finding what can we run as sudo and then GT4 bans or whatsoever. Can try to find the SUID binaries, and as we can see, these are all the information we can find right here. So these are all the three great resources you can find for now at this time, 2024, 8th month, 5 August or whatsoever. These are the great resources you can find for now about Linux privilege escalation. So you go ahead and read through everything. If you need to understand more or whatsoever, finding new ways, new techniques or whatsoever, we also have privilege escalation checklist right here. This is another checklist of someone's system information, network information, user information, running processes, find file and folder permissions or whatsoever. We also have shell upgrades right here. This is most reliable, Python, SpawnTTY shell, SpawnTTY shell 2 or whatsoever. Go ahead and explore, try some new things or whatsoever. Get familiar with some with another cheat sheets or whatsoever. Add more stuff to the notes I gave you and to the things I showed you. Don't just stop there. Add more information on your own from these resources. That's their job. That's why they are here, for you to learn more and explore more. So go ahead and add more information to what I already gave you. That would be nice. All right, my friends, so this is it for this learning unit. I'll be seeing you in the next module. Bye bye. Hey, what's up my friend? I welcome you to this module part of the course, where we'll be exploring automated tools that get the job done. Alright, so right now I need you to go ahead and open up your resources folder, and I need you to open this folder called EX enumeration with automated tools, and you'll find this file called automated tools. Go ahead and open it up. Alright, this is how we're looking. Alright, so the first tool we have is Linux, and this is the link to its GitHub repository, and in the description it says the ninja for the job, your first tool to run for trying to prevail in Linux realm. Alright, you got that note right. So this is your first tool to go to whenever you are trying to prevail in the Linux realm. You should always start to think with Linux, then you go ahead and try other automated tools if Linux did fail. This is your first tool to try to prevail your Linux realm. Alright, number 2 we have Linenum, and this is the link to its GitHub repository. It is saying in the description right here, second go to 2 when Linux didn't satisfy, but it is similar to Linux, and maybe sometimes you need to change the 2 if Linux isn't doing well or it isn't doing what you need it to do or whatever. Sometimes you need to just change the 2. You go to Linenum after Linux. Alright, the third is Linux Express Suggester, and this is the link to its GitHub repository. Alright, down here it says Linux Express Suggester 2 is designed to assist in detecting security deficiencies for given Linux kernel or Linux based machines. Alright, we got that right. Alright, let's move on. Then lastly, we have Linux Smart Enumeration, and this is the link to its GitHub repository. It says in the description, this shell script will show relevant information about the security of the local Linux system, helping to escalate privileges. Alright, so these are the top 4 tools we should have or we should try to automate the privilege escalation thing in the Linux realm. And down here we can use it later on in the course. Don't worry about anything you use it in this module. It is just getting results out of the target system. When we run our Linux or Linux smart enumeration script or whatsoever, maybe we need to transfer the results of the 2 out of the system, we'll go ahead and use this technique down here. So let's ignore it for now. Alright, so what you can do for now, you can just copy these links. I'll use my host machine browser. You can just go ahead and copy these links and open them up on your browser. This is not what I wanted. Alright, I did not copy it correctly. Right now, this is what you can do. You can just go ahead and open those links up to really read more about these tools and understand them better. It is nice, it never hurts. This is what you need to do. Go ahead and read through and see things or whatsoever. Go ahead and get familiar with them. Read the options, read whatever they are saying right here, read the documentation of the tools. It will help you to understand more and know what you are doing when you are in the realm. The Linux also offers the AV bypass or whatsoever. This is cool. This is nice. Basic information about the tool, interesting parameters or whatsoever. Firmware analysis, quick start or whatsoever. If you need to download Linux, you can just go ahead and click right here on the release pages. and you go ahead and download linpiz.sh right here on top. This is for Linux. So luckily for us, the machine we are currently using from TryAcme, which is this one, Linux Privilege Arena, it should be powered on and you should be connected to it on the VPN. Luckily, we do have some tools on this system. Let's see into tools. And if we say LOS, we can see we have linenum, linpiz, and Linux Express Suggester, then other bunch of files. So this is good. This is a nice machine to start on the automated practice or whatsoever. So we need to start with the linpiz, and if we say LOS, the linpiz script is already right here. So if you are on another target system and they don't have linpiz, and obviously they will not have linpiz, this is just a machine for you to learn. What you do, you just download the linpiz on your Linux this machine, then you host it on a simple Python web server, then you come right here on your target system and you search for which utility you can use on your target system to download that to. As you can see on this system, we have wget and we have curl. We don't have curl, only have wget. You use wget to download the two over to the target system in the temporary directory. Then you change the permissions of the linpiz 2 or whatever to you transfer, then you run the 2 and you'll be good to go. All right, my friends, so this is it for this video. I would like you to meet me in the next video, then we'll get to start with the linpiz tools. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next video. All right, my friend, we are back again just where we left off. So in this learning unit, we are going to explore the automated to linpiz. All right, so if I say LOS right here, linpiz is already here in the system. So I'll put a dot and slash to run this too, just like this. Then I'll go ahead and press enter to run the script, or you can view the help function of this too, just like this. It will tell you all its parameters, -s to just show this help message, and -q to do not print the banner, -a all checks 1 minute of processes, and su brute noise mode for CTF mainly, and -s super fast don't check some time consuming checks, this is a state mode, and -n do not export environment or related to history or whatsoever, -only go ahead and read through or whatsoever. Now let's just go ahead and run the two, just like this. We enter and it is doing the magic. Let's just go ahead and give it a second. All right, seems like the two had just finished. What we can do right here, we can come on top right here, and this is why it just started, and this is the banner that they told you to put a -q to do not print this banner. All right, so what's important is right here. This is the most important thing. It says red or yellow. It's 99% of a privilege escalation vector. You have to keep note of that. And if it highlights in red, you must take a look at it. Light cyan, user with console. Blue is user without console and mounted devs. And green, common things, users or groups or SUID, SGID mounts, .sh scripts, cron jobs or whatsoever. Light magneta, your username. So we should pay attention on red or yellow. It's 99% a privilege escalation vector. That's where we should pay attention. All right, now let's go through the results. We can see the OS is Linux version and it is highlighted red on 2.6 or whatsoever. So if we are creating a checklist or some notes, we should just copy this this red sign or whatever, and we put it aside to look at it better once we are done and look at the results. If it highlighted red, it is possibly a privilege escalation vector, and we have to look at it and expect more. All right, wonderful. Good thing on this machine we have GCC, so that we can transfer some code files and compile them on this target system. All right, now let's go ahead and move on. Linux version again. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. We are only trying to find the yellow and the red, and these yellow are just basic stuff and private information inside environment variables. You can just go ahead and read through. Maybe you can see something like this: our SSH connection to this machine. This is our IP address. You can really confirm by checking right here. And this is the target system IP address on port 22. So this is just good thing to pay attention on every detail of the system. All right, right here, check if you can mount unmounted devices. Okay, let's go through available softwares. These are some softwares you can just abuse or whatsoever right here. All right, compilers installed. We have this one, and this one, GCC or whatsoever. GCC is what's most important one. All right, processes, cron, and services. You can just go ahead and look at root processes and see if it is something unfamiliar or suspicious, and you have to expect more. All right, let's scroll down. All right, seems nice right here. Let's scroll down, pay attention on every detail. And right here, on the cron jobs, we have a path of home user. Right here we have a path. So if someone is trying to run a command on this system, or the system is looking for the cron jobs that are available, if this file is not its path is not mentioned, like this one, user local bin or whatsoever, if the path is not mentioned and the cron job just exists, that it says this certain amount of time you should run this script right here, it will go ahead and look in the path like this. All of these paths, it will go ahead and look for that script, and if it find it, it will go ahead and execute it. So if the path is not defined right here like this, what we can do, we can create this override.sh file in the home user directory, then we store it there with whatever the content inside, and they will be executed as the root user, and we have a root access or whatsoever. The thing we gotta make sure is we have access on this folder, and obviously we do have access in this folder, so don't worry about anything. We'll explore this vulnerability later on. All right, let's go ahead and scroll down. Services, search for it says search for outdated versions. I think these are outdated or whatsoever. Scroll down, network information. We have some information right here, nothing really juicy. Let's go down right here. This is where you can confirm that we are not dual homed. As you can see, we only have two network adapters, the loopback and the network adapter, which is ET01, that holds this IP address, and there's no other route to any another network or whatsoever, so we are not dual homed. All right, we can check active internet connection, servers, and establish the connection or whatsoever. As you can see on the TCP protocol right here, we have this IP address, which is this machine on port 22, which is someone is connected, and this is their IP address, and I believe it is us, and we are connect them on port 35598 from our system, and say the connection is established. All right, so they do have a web server on port 80, and also 8080 they do have a web server, and 22 is just SSH. And on their local host on UDP on port 629, they have something running, and also on this port these are some things running, and maybe these are just common services or database connections or whatsoever. All right, let's go ahead and scroll down, and right here it says testing sudo-l without password and etc sudo as user TCM may run the following commands on this host as sudo. All right, so this is the first vulnerability we can look up to. Later on we can search and see how we can abuse it, and all of these binaries we can run them as the root user. This is where we go to GT4 bins and find a way to abuse these vulnerabilities, and maybe we can get the root access on this system. Don't worry about anything, we'll go ahead and exploit them later on. Let's just go ahead and get familiar with the Linux tools. All right, let's scroll down. Super users, we only have the root user, which is just a super user, and right here it says users with console. These are just the users with console, which is just bin/sh, which is not important. What's important is bin bash. like this user right here. It has been bash, which is us. And who else has been bash? Who else? I think only root and us has the bin bash. All right, let's scroll down and move on. All users and groups, root has been flagged as something good or something nice. All right, last logons, we can see last logons right here. We are all familiar with this, nothing is new right here. Last logon, last time logon each user, only us and the root user. All right, let's scroll down. Password policy, user timers, software information. Go ahead and read through and get familiar. We are only looking for yellow and red. We can see right here, permit root login. So if we find an SSH key of the root user or know the password of the root user, we can just go ahead and log in as root. This permit root login, yes, which means someone can log in from outside the network to inside the network as the root user. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Auth required of these files. I don't know about these. I'll have to look deep into them. It's okay. Let's just go ahead and move on. Network file share exports. This is cat/etc/exports. This is where we get to see the /temp, and it has no root squash right here, and it is highlighted in yellow, which means we have to expect it later on. And don't worry about anything, we exploit this vulnerability again later on in the course. Let's go ahead and read through. All right, interesting files. Suid check is previous exploits and write files perms. Sudo, it is highlighted in red. New group, maybe the version is too old or whatsoever. You have to look deep into those, but the first thing you should do is to try the things that has simple privilege escalation methods. Then if you don't know, if you didn't find anything, then you have to look deeper in these interesting files or whatsoever. Maybe this sudo is outdated or whatsoever. You have to look deeper, but first you should try simple things first. All right, SGID binaries, I guess we have this one. And capabilities, we do have these ones right here, not these ones. Only Python 2, it has capabilities on this system. All right, we can see .sh files in path. We can see we have override.sh and compress.sh, and we have gettext.sh whatsoever. These are interesting files. You have to cut them out and see what is inside, but for now it's okay. Let's just go ahead and move on. All right, can I read the shadow files? It looks like we can read it, and this is the root user and this is his hash that's in right here. So we have to crack this hash, and as we all know that we can SSH as root, we have to SSH or just say SU root, which is switch user to root. Then we'll provide the password if we successfully cracked this hash. All right, it's okay for now. We don't care about that. Let's just go ahead and move on. And this is our TCM user, and if we crack this hash, we'll find our password hacker123. Looking for root files in the home directories. On this /home might have root files, and we can just go ahead and say modify interesting files in the last 5 minutes. You can just go ahead and open these files and see what is going on inside these files. It says they've been modified and they're interesting files. They've been modified in 5 minutes ago. It's okay. Let's just go ahead and move on. Files inside home user directory. These are just these files. If something interesting like this one, you go ahead and open these files. Filed inside the other homes, you can see and see home user tools or whatsoever. You go ahead and explore and see what is going on. All right, we have backup files. You go ahead and cut them out and see what is inside. Look deeper if you haven't found any privilege escalation vector. We have web server directory, and it does have these files or whatsoever. You can go ahead and look at them. We also have this history file right here, and the configuration of the Apache. We have to read it through. Maybe you can find some interesting credentials right there. All right, you can just go ahead and also view all these files that are highlighted in red, and looking for possible passwords inside the home user .bash history. This is reading the history file, and as you can see, it did find something from MySQL, and which is root and the password of root user. We all know password 123. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Linux, this is the tool that has been transferred to the target system. All right, let's move on. Can go ahead and read through all these files. All right, cat exploits etc folder. I don't know, I don't care. Backups folder is something useful inside that folder, that's why it has been highlighted. And we also have backups and super secret keys folder, and we do have a file inside that folder which is idrsa, which is the file we have found earlier and we didn't know who the owner is. Maybe it's yours because it's not mine. So obviously this is your idrsa key and this is a rabbit hole, it won't lead us anywhere. All right, we also have these and this one is interesting. We can just go ahead and carry it out and see the owner or what is this file or whatsoever. We'll go ahead and look at this deeper in the course. Let's just go ahead and scroll down. We are just trying to get familiar with how LinPs works. All right, it's okay, we can just go ahead and skip them. Finding emails inside logs, you can really check the emails. This is what we do have and whatsoever. Let's scroll down. This is handling for pwd or password variables inside files or in certain folders. This is a lot of results, and the results ends right here on looking for specific hashes inside the file or whatsoever. This is where the results end. So this is how LinPs function, and this is how it gets the job done. And if you are someone who is very familiar with privilege escalation vectors in a Linux realm, probably you'll be smiling because you know that you have defeated this machine, because LinPs has just get the job done very quickly and represented you a lot of vulnerabilities you can exploit in this system. All right, so we have run LinPs. Now let's go ahead and do the gimmick of transferring the result file out of the target system to your host system. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear the screen just like this, and what I'll need you to do is like this, trying to run LinPs, and what I'll need you to do is pipe like this and say netcat, which is just nc, and you put the IP address of your host machine, which is just the attacking machine, which I believe is this one, 10.4.95.82, which is like this, and you can just put it on any port you need, just like this. So if you hit enter, it will go ahead and run linps.sh file and pipe all the results that are going to come through out of this to netcat, and netcat is going to connect on this IP address on this port. So obviously we have to create a listener right here on our attacking system, and just say nc dash lonvp on port 9002, and what we can do, you can just put another pipe and say t linps.txt or any extension you need, and we hit enter. So obviously now our netcat binary, not our netcat binary, but our netcat has just established a listener on port 9002, and this target system will come back to connect to this port, and all the results that are going to be outputted by LinPs will be transferred to our target to our attacking system, and also being put inside linps.txt file for future use. So let's go ahead and hit enter right here on the target system, and as you can see, all the results are coming right here on our terminal, and lovely is they are getting to stored in the linps.txt file I mentioned. So let's just go ahead and leave the script run through. All right, so we all know this is where the script ends on looking for specific hash inside files. This is where the script ends. So obviously we have to cancel right here, or right here you have to cancel, just like this. So now if we say los, we do have linps.txt file. So I'm gonna create a new tab, and I'm also in the opt linux folder. So now if I cat linps.txt file, we can see the whole results are right here with their colors. As you can see, everything just looks the normal, just like we have run the script on our system. So this is how you transfer any results or any file out of the target system to your system, just like this. As you can see, everything is just the same. All right, my friends, so this is Linux, and this is your first go-to to whenever you are trying to prevesk in the Linux realm. I think you get the picture. And lastly, what we did at the end is getting your results, the results of any tool you have transferred to the target system out to your host machine by performing the last trick I did at the last. So this is how you do it. So this is for Linux, and we are done. You can just go ahead and try to explore the options of Linux or whatsoever. Get familiar with it. Read its documentation if you have time. I don't have that time. I'll just run the two and go to sleep. All right, jokes. So this is it for this video, my friends. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. In peace. Bye bye. See you soon, bro. Alright, buddy. In this learning unit, we are going to explore the second go-to tool after Linux, which is lean enum. This is your second go-to tool when Linux, not Linux. I mean, Linux didn't satisfy you. Alright, so right now I'm the tools folder. If I say LOS, we can see all the tools right here. I need you to go inside the lean enum folder, and if we say LOS, we can see lean enum.sh script file. We just go ahead and run it and hit enter. You can also do the trick to transfer the files out. You already know it. I don't have to tell you each and every time. Alright, now let's scroll up to the top. Alright, do you know the advantage of using this terminal? Why am I not using this one? I just launched my VPN and open this terminal called Terminator. It's because I can really modify it easily, and it is easily to use. Not easily to use as if it will tell you the commands and how to exploit something. No, come on, bro. But it has some good pretty functions. If I right click on the terminal and on the preference right here, it is easy to manage or whatsoever. It is just nice. Right now I'm just showing you and giving you the overview of these two, which is not the purpose of this video. But if I come on the profile right here, is it profile or command colors? I don't remember what I'm even doing. Right here on the scrolling, yeah, right here, it gives you the infinity scrollback, which means you can run any script that can output shit on your terminal, and your terminal won't get full. This default terminal right here will get full of the results, and you will not be able to see the results that should be on top or whatsoever. If the script is too long and generated a lot of results, you will not see it. But with this terminal, you have infinite scrollback, which means you can spend all day typing commands or whatsoever, and you can just use your scroll button to scroll up all of these commands and check what you were doing. Alright, so that's enough for the overview of this terminator. Let's just go back to our results right here, which is saying local Linux enumeration and privilege escalation script. Alright, nice. The version of these two, and debug info data test is equals to disabled, scan started at this time, whatever. Alright, so right here on the first we have system and kernel information. It is highlighted in red, which means something is off with the kernel, and we have to inspect it later or look at it. And this version is kinda old, not kinda old, it is very old. We should be on Linux version 16 right here, but it is saying 2, which means that's why it is being flagged as red. It says kernel information is also outdated, which means we can exploit it later on. Alright, hostname is just Debian. Users and groups, our current user is just TCM, and we exist in the group ID of 1000, which is just called user. That's why we have the access in the /home/user directory. And right here it says users that have previously logged on to the system, which is just root and TCM. Do you see that this two is kinda straightforward? It just tells you where the problem, just gives you the results or whatsoever. But with Linux, you have to dive deeper and try to understand things or whatsoever. But this two is kind of easy, straight like that. It can tell you who else logged in. Just say TCM has logged in. Group memberships, you go ahead and seek the group membership. It is kind of easy. Contents of the /etc password, it gives you right here. We were able to read this /etc password, and it says we can read the shadow file too, and this is the content of the shadow file. So it is easy. This tool is kind of easier than Linux. So this is the second go-to tool, or it might be your first tool you prefer, because as you can see, everything is laid out easily and professionally, just like this. All right, let's just go ahead and move on. The super users accounts on this system only root, and it says we can sudo without supplying a password. All right, and these are the binaries we can sudo without applying the password. And down here it says possible sudo ponage, which means these binaries are possible for privilege escalation vectors because they are being sudoed without even providing a password. All right, just giving us what to do or whatsoever. We all know that we have to go to GT4 bins to find the ways to exploit. All right, it says right here are permissions on the /home directory LAX, which means we have access inside this /home directory, and we also have access on the /home user directory. And it says right here root is allowed to log in via SSH, straight like that, simple, no that kind of rubbish or those too many results that Linux gave you. This is straight and simple. Environmental, and this is the environment information. We can also see our SSH right here, connection, SSH client and the SSH connection, and PWD, the current working directory, the mail folder, the path, the history file size of this system, the user who we are, and the shell we are using. This is valuable information. All right, path information, these are all the path available shells. As you can see, we have a bunch of shells on this system. Current and mask value, U is equals to read, write, execute, G is equals to write and execute, O is equals to write, execute. I don't know what they are saying right here on the when they are saying current and mask value. I don't know what they are saying, so I gotta skip that. We all know that people are afraid of what they don't know, and I don't know what they are saying right here. If I'm trying to mask this or connect them, U, G, O, I don't know. No. I'm just gonna leave it. I'll stick to what I know. People are so arrogant in life. I don't know why. They just stick to what they know. They don't want to learn new things or whatsoever. I can't just copy this thing right here and go to Google and say what is unmasking value or whatsoever, or supply this thing to ChatGPT to explain to me, or this whole thing right here, just like this, and supply it to ChatGPT and explain what is going on right here. No, all I do is, I don't know, UIA, read, write, execute, just reading to you and just say, let's move on, let's go through or whatsoever. People are arrogant in life. I don't know why. That's why we will not succeed in life, because we are so poor in the mindset and we are afraid of the things we don't know. We are afraid of things we don't know. That's the problem. Anyway, let's move. All right, cron jobs or tasks. This is what we do have right here. I guess the most important information is down right here. As you can see, these are the cron jobs we have, and we have explained about this one with its part right here. We'll exploit it later on. It just tells you the cron tab contents. Networking information. We just have two network adapters, app history, name servers, default route, listening TCP ports. We are all familiar with this. Just go ahead and read through. Listening UDP, running processes or services or whatsoever. If you see something that is being run by root and you are not familiar with it, what is not familiar right here? This one is kinda unfamiliar. What is crypto binary in a Linux system? This one is kinda unfamiliar in a Linux system. You have to check that or whatsoever. All right, let's scroll down. We heard you. Process binaries and associated permissions from above lists. Okay, it is digesting. Go ahead and read through. Binary permissions, I must skip that for you. I'll leave it for you to suffer alone. Config file permissions we have over the config file, and as you can see, this file belongs to root, but we are able to read it. This file, what you can do, you can just cat it and see inside if you can find something. And the pseudo version is 1.7.4 p4, what we can do, can just go ahead and copy it and put it on Google search. Maybe we'll find some exploits there. And Apache version, I don't know, maybe it's kind of old because it is highlighted in red, so it's kind of old. Apache user configuration, you can just go ahead and look deeper if you're not finding any privilege escalation vector. Install the Apache modules, it's okay, maybe the modules can be exploited, whoever. Interesting files, useful file locations, we have netcat, wget, nmap, gcc. These are very interesting and useful files. Installed compilers, gcc is the king. Can we read and write sensitive permissions? We can see that this file belongs to the root and it is the shadow files, but we can read it. The whole world can read it. The whole world can read the /etc profile. We have read permissions, but this file belongs to root, but the whole world can read. So which means this is an security. This is a weakness in the security posture, and this file can be read by everyone else. It's okay, but the problem is modifying it. Yeah, the problem is modifying it. Everybody can read, but not everybody can modify it. Only root will modify it. All right, SWID files, you have to go ahead and check these files or these binaries on GT4 bins. Possibly interesting SWID binaries. We also have this one, and it can be exploited later on. SGID files, go ahead and look for them on the GT4 bins. Possibly interesting SGID files whatsoever, and possibly capabilities set on binaries. We have Python 2.6. It has capability set on GT4 bins, obviously. NFS config details, we just have the /temp and it has no root squash. We'll explain this later on. All right, these are config files, users history files. Go ahead and get them out. Location and contents or whatsoever. My mouse was not scrolling. And this is the bash history that was read, and he has some credentials in it. That was nice. Locations and permissions, if accessible, you can go ahead and read through these files. And interesting mail or whatsoever. And it says the scan is complete. What you can also do, you can go ahead and check the help options of this lean enum tools or whatsoever. So this is lean enum tool, your second go to tool, or it may be your first one, because LeanPace is kind of too advanced. It has a lot of information or whatsoever, but this one is simple and straightforward. Even a beginner can catch up really easily if they just start with lean enum. So this is the overview of lean enum. You can just go ahead and do the magic with the netcat binary to transfer the results out if you need them out, but this is the overview of lean enum, my friend. So this is it for this learning unit. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next one. Welcome to our last video in this module of the course. So in this module we are going to explore Linux exploit suggester, then we'll move on, close down this module, and we'll move on to the next one. So right now I'm in the tools folder. If I say ls, we can see the Linux exploit suggester folder. I'll say cd and I'll paste the location and I'll be inside. And then if I say ls, you can see the script is right here. I'll go ahead and copy its name and do it like this to run the tool, and I'll hit enter. All right, it was fast. Let's scroll up. All right, so the kernel version is 2.6.32. architecture is this one. Distribution Debian. Package list, it says from current OS and possible exploits. All right, so these are the exploits we are finding on this system. What you can do, you can just go ahead and open the details. If it is this link right here, you can press the control and you click right here on this link. It will go ahead and take you to your browser. If you just click the link on the terminal, normally it won't open. All right, so what you need to do is to read through what is going on. You say emulating privilege escalation, Linux kernel whatsoever, and the architecture. So this is, it seems like promising. All right, so what you have to do is to read through what is going on and stuff, or even check for POCs in the GitHub repositories of this exploit or whatsoever. But for me, I think it's not really good for me because I don't see any comments or how to compile the code, how the code works. I don't really see it, only some comments, small comments or whatsoever. So I don't really trust it. But if you are down to your last breath, you have to try and exploit you will find for privilege escalation. When you get some results just like this, you have to just try if you are on your last breath. Alright, so we have this one exploit again, and this one exploit again, and we have this one. And on this system, the only exploit that is going to work is dirty cow. I don't know about all of these, I never tested them. You can just go ahead and test them and see if they work. If I just press like on this MSR, I'll press the control and I click on the link to really see what this link is talking about and this exploit is talking about. Alright, Linux kernel, it says 3.7, so obviously this is not going to work for us. You just go ahead and dump it right there, and there, you leave it. Alright, my machine is going to expire in 43 seconds, so what I'll do, I'll just refresh the page and add 1 hour. So give me a second, let me pause the video. I am done. I just paused the video and add 1 hour. Now let's come back. Where were we? Right here. Alright, so on this exploit, dirty cow is going to work. You can just go ahead and click on control and the mouse key to really see about the dirty cow exploit. This is the summary, and the bug existed from since around 2.2 and it was fixed in 2016 whatsoever. So our Linux version of the target system falls in this version, so this might go ahead and work. What you can do, you can also go ahead and view the exploit DB link of this exploit. Oh my god, I just downloaded it. I don't want to download it, I just want to see the details about this one. Alright, this link just download the exploit, so the full documentation is just right here. You have to read through how it goes and how it works or whatsoever. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend, and I am going to end right here on this module part of the course. So a pro tip I want to give you right here for the kernel exploits. I don't need you to do all this magic or whatsoever because you waste your time or whatsoever. The pro thing or the pro way you only can do is just, let me clear the screen. What you can do to replace your Linux exploit suggester, you can just say uname -r just like that, or -a to get some more information. All you can do is copy this thing. You can remove AMD64, then you come on your browser just like that. I don't need you to do anything, and you say priv esc. You see bunch of, as you can see on top, right there on top, right there. I didn't do anything, I didn't touch anything, I didn't call anyone, I didn't go to anybody's house, I didn't call Jesus or anything, but dead cow is right here on top. As I was saying earlier, that the exploit that is going to work right here is dirty cow. I didn't do anything, any magic, I didn't pause the video. I just like that, you just say uname -a to egg to replace the Linux exploit suggester 2 right here, to not waste your time. Uname -a, copy the version if you need to hunt for this kernel exploit, paste it on the browser and go ahead and read through. Maybe the exploit is not familiar with anyone or whatsoever, but under these links maybe you can find someone was exploiting that vulnerability or whatsoever on and so you gotta start with the dirty cow right here. It is right here. What you can do, you can just open right here, but the thing or the picture, the thing I needed you to see is you can stop wasting your time by running Linux exploit suggester. You can just do it this way, open up Google, and that's all. Linux exploit suggester is just wasting time, but you have to be familiar with all these tools. You have to know more. Yeah, that's the thing, you have to know more, my friend. So this is it for this video, and as I was saying, and I'll keep saying it again, I didn't call anyone, I didn't do anything, I just Googled the version. all right, my friend, that's enough. This is it for this section part of the course. And this is it. Yeah, I'll be seeing you in the next session, my friend. Bye bye. I am waiting for you in the next section. Welcome to this module part of the course. Nothing much. This might be the shortest learning unit in our journey, but it holds important vital information. So in this learning unit, I'm just going to introduce you again to our free labs we are going to use in our course. That's all. Then we wrap up the section. So go ahead and open up your browser as always on our Linux virtual machine, and I need you to click on learn, search again, just like we did before. Nothing new, so you should not be surprised. Alright, on the search bar right here, I need you to type Linux. On the subscription tab right here, I need you to put free only. So in this course, we are going to play with the Linux Privilege Escalation room and the Linux Privilege Arena. We already talked about that, so I'm gonna go ahead and open this link in the new tab, and I'll open Linux Privilege Arena, which is the lab we've been using. And I do have my machine powered on already right here. I'll close this host based machine right here. I don't need it. Alright, so in our course we are going to play with this room, Linux Privilege Arena, and this room called Linux Privilege Escalation. That's all. That's what I needed you to know. You already know how to connect to the VPN and to ping the machine to really see if it is on. So from now on throughout the course, we are just going in the next section. We are going to start with this machine, which is just Linux Privilege Arena. Then we'll go ahead and exploit a lot of these vulnerabilities, which is kernel exploit, stored password in configuration files, stored password in history, weak file permission, SSH keys, sudo shell escaping, sudo abusing intended functionality, sudo ld preload, sudo share objection, symlink, or whatsoever. You see a lot of vulnerabilities we are seeing right here. We are going to exploit it in the next section part of the course, and after that we'll go to the next section part of the course, which we are going to play with this lab, which is just called Linux Privilege Escalation. We are going to exploit these few what's wrong with my mind? Oh, like an idiot. All right, so in the next section after Linux Privilege Arena, we are going to play with the room and exploit these few privilege escalation vulnerabilities or weaknesses right here. That's all. So this is the information I just wanted to give you in this again, like an idiot. Yeah. So today I go to the shop and I meet oh man. All right, so that's all. I think you get the point. Yeah, you get the point. So in the next section we are going to do with this machine, and in the next section after that we are going to perform with this machine. So that's all, my friend. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next section part of the course. Make sure you are connected to this machine, to the VPN, then power on this machine and get connected to SSH. Then we'll go ahead and start in the next section where we'll start with the kernel exploits. That's all. So bye bye, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next section part of the course. Bye bye. Welcome to this section part of the course. So in this section part of the course, this is where we are going to start exploiting all of these vulnerabilities on this privilege escalation room called the Linux Privilege Arena right here. So what I need you to do, go ahead and deploy the vulnerable machine, and after that you deploy it, go ahead and connect to the SSH. You all know the drill, and I need you to click on complete. And now we move on to task number 3, which is called privilege escalation kernel exploits. All right, so for me, I'm already connected right here, as you can see. All right, now we are on the kernel exploits. Let's begin. Alright, so the task number 3 first gives you a way to detect some exploits we may use against this Linux target system by running Linux exploit suggester, which is a waste of time. We all know that. What you can just do, you can just say uname-a, then you get that Linux version, then you Google it to see if we have any exploits against that version. Down here it says from the output, notice that the OS is vulnerable to dead cow. We all know that by just googling, not wasting our time running the exploit suggester or whatsoever. Alright, so down here we have the exploitation way. They are saying that in command prompt type gcc, which is the compiler -p thread, and the dirty cow file right here, which contains the code, and output it as the binary cow. And in command prompt we can just go ahead and launch the cow binary, and it says right here on the disclaimer, this part takes 1 or 2 minutes. Please allow it to take some time. After it finish, it says on the command prompt type password, and then later on type id, and down right here it says from there either you copy the /temp password file back to user bin password, which is its original place, or reset your machine to undo the changes made to the password binary. Alright, so the pro way is just to copy this /temp password file back to its original state, because resetting the machine, you have to terminate your machine, power it on, wait for the IP address to come up right here, copy the IP address, then come back to connect to SSH, which is a waste of time. So what we have to do is to copy this file back to its original place, and we'll be good to go. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is we need to compile the cow exploit to become a binary, which is this exploit is already on the target system. If it wasn't there, we have to download it from GitHub, host it on our machine, transfer it to the target system or whatsoever. Alright, so what you can do, you can just go ahead and copy this command and run it on the terminal just like that, and it will be compiled and you run it just like that. But for me, I'm not the copy and paste guy. I like to do things manually, hands on my own. So pwd, where am I? Home user, and if I say los, I see the tools folder. I'll go inside the tools folder, los.cow folder. I go inside los. We can see that we have 2 files. Maybe someone has already compiled it, but we can just go ahead and remove that file, and we are left with the cow.c file, which contains the cow exploit code. Alright, so let me clear the screen and say gcc-p thread and cow, the file, and -o to output that the compiled version of the binary is cow, just like that, and no errors or nothing has outputted. Let's just go ahead and say los, and now we have the cow binary right here ready to go. Alright, let's go ahead and launch it. Alright, and this is how we're looking. It is saying that cow root privilege escalation, and they are saying they are backing up the password binary from its original state to the temporary directory as back. So this is where we need to pay attention, as back. So when the time comes to copy the binary back to its original place, this is the binary, we'll copy it to its original place. So right here they say it usually takes 1 minute or 2 minutes, so let's just go ahead and give it a second, and hopefully it will finish up and we'll have our root access when we type password. Alright, the exploit has finished running, and right here it says madvice 0 and ptrace 0. I don't know what is that. Let's just go ahead and type password as they are telling us to do. And our profile did change from tcm a Debian to root a Debian right here, which means maybe hopefully we have escalated to root, and obviously we did. You can just go ahead and confirm it by saying id, and as we can see, our uid, user effective id, is just root. Alright, you can just go ahead and say who am I again to really see, and we are root. Wonderful. Alright, the escalation is done. We can just come right here and click complete, but before we move on, we don't want to reset our machine or whatsoever, or later on when we type password or when we need to do something with the password file, it will go ahead and not work because we have not backed up back to its original state. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so I'll copy the file name right here, and I'll say cp /term back, just like this, to its original place, just like this, as the root user. Do it as the root user. You have access to this location right here to create this file. So let's just go ahead and hit enter, and the command hopefully did work. So now we can say exit, and now let's go ahead and test if the file has been put to its original place. Let's just say cat, and we put the file name and we hit enter. All right, something is wrong. I don't know what is going on. All right, it's a binary. I'm sorry about that. What we can just say is etc to really confirm that it is back on its place, and we are able to read it. Now the binary is functioning its part. So wonderful. So this is it for this task number 3, which is kernel exploits. We have escalated. Now let's move on to privilege escalation, stored files in config files. Wonderful. Bye bye, my friend. I'll see you in the next learning unit. All right, my friend, welcome to task number 4, which is privilege escalation through stored passwords in configuration file. So right here we only have the exploitation way. So it says in command prompt type cat to cat out this file. This is the file we already found in our manual enumeration ways or whatsoever. You can just go ahead and cat it out, and it says from the output, make note of the value of the auth/user/password directive, and it will give you this path right here. Then just go ahead and cat it out, and you see some clear text credentials, and after that it says cat any config file in this folder right here, and say grep for password, and from the output make note of the clear password. And we have some answers below right here. It says, what is the password did you find? You go ahead and answer it, and it says what users credentials were exposed in the OpenVPN auth file. We'll go ahead and answer all of those. So for now we can just go ahead and cat this file out. I'll clear the screen. I'm just back where I left off in the last learning unit, and I'll paste the command I copied, and it is giving us this path to the auth file. We just go ahead and cat it out, and as we can see, the username we just found and its credentials is user, and this is the password 321. Let's come back right here. What password did you find? Password 321. Hit enter. And what users credentials were exposed in the OpenVPN auth file? It is just user. All right, just like that. And right here we can just go ahead and do the following. We also find some credentials, which is just password 321, which is just this one we found about the user. All right, so this is it for task number 4. This is how you can escalate through stored password in configuration file. So let's go ahead and move on to task number 5. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. Bye bye. All right, my friend, we are here on task number 5, privilege escalation, stored passwords in history files. And they just give us the exploitation way, and they're telling us to cat out the history file of the user we are logged in as, which is just TCM, and grep any command that has the password thing in it. So we can just go ahead and do it manually. You all know me that I'm not the type of copy and paste guy. My god, I don't even know the spelling of history. All right, so this is the history file. What you can do, you can just go ahead and read it through manually, or you can use the grep thing, which is this. You put the pipe and you say grep n word which contains pass or password or whatsoever you want to put it, and hit enter. And this is what we have. This one have pass. This is the last command we ran. This one have pass. This is the binary we were tampering with. Pass parameters, pass parameters, and on top right here we have the user, which is us, TCM, trying to log in to my SQL. some host.local. We just leave it, and the user is root, and the password is password123. Now let's come back right here to see if we have questions we can answer. So what was TCM trying to log into? We all know MySQL, correct. What was TCM trying to log in as? He was trying to log in as root. Wonderful. Nori, what was the password discovered? It is password 123, I believe. All right, wonderful. So this is it for passwords in the history file. Let's move on to task number 3, which is just saying weak permissions. Bye bye, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. All right, my friend. Welcome to task number 6, which is weak file permissions privilege escalation vector. They first give you the way to detect some weak permissions on any file, and on this scenario we are checking some permissions on this shadow file right here, which is owned by root, and it can only view or modified by any super user account on a Linux system. And on number 2 right here, they told us to know the file permissions. So let's just go ahead and LOS the permissions. All right, so the owner of the file, which is just root, they have read and write permissions over this file, and any user that exists in the root groups, they have read and write, which is just all your super user accounts. They have read and write permissions over this shadow file, and the whole world have the read. We shouldn't have the read file right here on this file. We can just go ahead and test it on my host machine right here on the Kali, and as you can see, the owner of this file is the root user. They only have read and write the permissions over this file, and any super user that exists in the root user group, they have the read permission, and not anybody else should be able to read this file or write anything to this file. So this is a misconfiguration right here. The whole world has the ability to read out this file. All right, so we need to exploit it in a certain way. Let's just go ahead and scroll down. We have the exploitation right here, and they say in the command prompt, just go ahead and cat out the /etc password, then save the output on a file on your attacker machine. Then in command prompt, just go ahead and cat out the shadow file and save the output on your attacker machine. Then when you are back on your attacker VM, in command prompt, just go ahead and say unshadow, then put the password file, shadow file, then redirect the output to unshadow.txt file. And they say now you should have an unshadowed file. We already know the password, but you can use your favorite hash cracking tool to crack them hashes. For example, hashcat, and the mode is 1800, which is just Linux hashes, and you put the unshadow.txt file and the roq.txt, which is the largest file that contains so many varieties of password, and the -o for optimizing. And we have questions down here. They're saying what were the file permissions on the /etc shadow file. So it is nice to read the questions first before you move on to doing the task. You read the questions first, then you dive deep, because maybe, as we all know right here, we just say LOS, then we clear the screen, then we start to do it again. Then when we come to questions, they'll ask us what was the permission, then we have to go back and run the command. No. So what you have to do, read the question first, then you start to do the job, and you find the answer through the process. So let's just go ahead and copy the permissions. Submit. And our answer was correct, but we are not done yet. Let's just go ahead and do what they did say. I'm gonna clear the screen, and they told me, let me clear the screen. They told me to cat out the password file first and store the output. All right, so I'm gonna copy it from down here to right here. Copy. I'll create a new tab right here. Let me increase the fonts for you to see properly, because I know you are kind of getting old and you are not seeing properly. I know that. We all know that. It's not a secret, my brother. All right, so password.txt. I'm gonna name it password.txt. and I'll paste the output, Control S to save, then we close it. Alright, now we have stored the password file information on our attacker machine. I'll clear the screen, and now I'll go ahead and clear out the shadow file, which is something we should not be doing. Alright, I'm gonna copy it from right here to right here. Copy, come right here on the new tab I created, and I'm gonna say shadow.txt, and I'll paste the contents, Control S to save, then I'll close. Alright, now we need to use the unshadowed, not unshadowed, the unshadow utility, which you can just say unshadow. Then you put the password file. For me, it is named password.txt. Then the shadow file, which is shadow.txt. Then redirect the output to unshadowed.txt file and hit enter. And the command did run successfully. Now let's just go ahead and view what is on the unshadowed file. And this is just it. Alright, so we wanna do something good or something like a pro person or whatsoever. Just go ahead and modify this file, because we all we all can see that there are not many hashes right here. All of these between the root and the TCM user doesn't have any hash, so we'll be wasting our time or whatsoever. This is a dumb shit to do, to put all of these in this unshadowed file, because they don't have a hash, they don't have anything to crack. So we'll remove them just like this, and we'll leave the root user and the TCM user, because they have the hashes, they have something to crack. Now let's go ahead and hit Control S to save this file, and we close it. Alright, now we can use our favorite hash cracking tool, which is called hash cat and -m to put the mod 1800, which is Linux hashes, and our file that contains all the hashes is called unshadowed.txt. Then the word list we can provide, I need you to use the U. Let me do something right here, I'm sorry. Unshadowed. Alright, cool. The word list I need you to use is the roq.txt. If you don't know where it exists, let me create a right pane right here. You have to say locate roq.txt file, and you find its location, which is this one. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it, close this window, then I'll paste it right here, just like this. Then I'll put the -o to optimize the performance. Let's go ahead and hit enter. Hopefully I did type the command perfectly fine. You can really go ahead and confirm by coming back right here, hashcat, the mod unshadowed file, then your roq.txt file, then -o for optimizing the performance, and you'll be good to go. So it is saying initializing backend runtime for device number 1, please be patient. So let's just go ahead and give it a second to crack this hash whatsoever, and we'll be good to go. And let's see, hopefully they'll be able to crack this hash. Alright, I am back, and I've paused for too long. You can check the time before the time I paused, and now I have paused for too long, and it says right here cracking performance lower than expected. I haven't even cracked the hashes yet. So hashcat is not doing well for me. I'm gonna go ahead and put Q to cancel all the processes or whatsoever that is going on. Maybe the passwords of the hashes, they are too far in the roq.txt, because roq is a very big password, is a very big file that contains a lot of passwords, maybe to 10 million or 12 million. So it is very long. So I'm gonna go ahead and use John, which is John the Ripper, and I'll provide the name of the file that contains some hashes, and I'll hit enter. I'm trying John the Ripper for now, and I'm not providing any password file, any file that contains passwords. John is going to use its own file that is very close, that it can use quickly right there and there. So let's just go ahead and try John. And as you can see, it is telling you they are proceeding with this word list right here, which is in the user share John password.list. You just go ahead and give John a second, and hopefully it will get the job done than hashcat. All right, my friends, I am back again, and John is not getting the job done. So the problem right here is the TCM user hash. That's the problem right here. Let me go ahead and cancel this process, and let's see what is the problem. All right, so we all know that TCM password is hacker, capital letter hacker, and 123, and we all know the root password is password 123. We all know that. So the error is right here. This words list doesn't contain hacker123 password. If we carry out this file just like this, and we say grep hacker123, there's no that string in that password list. And if we try password 123, there's no password 123 again. Password 23, there's no password 23 in this John word list right here. We can also do that on roq.txt. All right, it is right here. Let's just go ahead and carry it out and grep hacker 123 just like this, which is the password of TCM, and it doesn't exist in this file. That's why hashcat was taking too long, because it is not existing in this file, and hopefully it will go ahead and end and fail, and also just maybe give us the root user password, because I believe the root user password exists there. The root user password we all know is password 123, I believe, and we do have bunch of 123s on top right here is password 123, which is the correct password, and password 321, do we have it on top right here? We do have it in the roq.txt. So the problem right here, our word list doesn't contain the TCM user password, which is hacker123. That's the problem. All right, let's just go ahead and say mousepad and shadowed. We can go ahead and remove this TCM user right here with his hash. Let him get away, let him go. Then we say hashcat, then we optimize, then hit enter. All right, info all hashes are empty dash dash use dash dash to display them. Okay, can we just say hash cat dash dash show? How can I use the dash dash show? They say all hashes found all hashes found as port file and or empty entries use dash dash show, which means it has cracked it before. But let me see which way I can view all those cracked hashes. I don't know how to view them. What can I do? Can I add the dash dash show right here? Yes, right here. As you can see, this is the root user hash right here, and at the end it is password 123. So hashcat on that process did crack the hash, but it was also going through to finish the process by cracking the TCM hash, and hacker123 doesn't exist in the roq.txt. So that was the problem. As you can see, the root user hash has been cracked and it is password 123. That's all. So this is the end of this learning unit, my friend. We did waste a lot of time running around or whatsoever, but it is good to just face challenges and learn through some things. You learn new things, my friend. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next one. Bye bye. All right, my friend, welcome to task number 7, which is SSH keys privilege escalation vector. On top right here, they give you a way to find these SSH keys, and down here they give you the exploitation way. So we all know these commands. This is not something new. We have run them before, and we did find an SSH key called IDRSA, and we did try everything we can do to SSH as root, but we didn't succeed. But for now, let's just go ahead and try again. So the exploitation way is right here. It says copy the content of the discovered IDRSA file to a file on your attacker VM. Then on your attacker VM, give it some appropriate permissions. Then try to SSH using that key as root and on the IP address. And it says you should now have a root shell. All right, we have some questions right here. What's the full file path of the sensitive file you have discovered? All right, so we have already tried this way. We all know that and it didn't work. So let's just go ahead and try it again. Maybe, hopefully it can work this time. This command will try to find any key called authorized keys, and it did return nothing. Let's just go ahead and search in the name of ID underscore RSA, and we did find a key right here. Let's just go ahead and carry it out. All right, so I need you to copy it from right here to right here, just like this. Right here to right here. Copy. I'll go ahead and create another tab. Let me increase the fonts, and I'll say mousepad ID underscore RSA and hit enter. All right, I already have a key right here. I'll go ahead and clear everything, and I'll paste the new key I copied, and I'll hit Ctrl S to save this file, and I'll close it. Now I'll go ahead and change the permissions on this file to 400, as they did say, ID underscore RSA, just like this. Now let's just go ahead and try to SSH in on this machine as the root user, and we have to provide the ID RSA key, just like this. Root at the IP address of the target system, just like this. And lastly, we do need that let me show you. We say SSH. We do need this one for our command to work properly, because we all know that it won't work without this parameter, just like this. Now let's go ahead and hit enter, and hopefully we can get in as root. Last time we tried but it didn't work. Let's try this time. It is still not working. I don't know why. Maybe it is the machine problem, but it should have worked because we did everything they just told us to do right here, the detection, the exploitation, but it is not working. Let's just go ahead and answer right here by giving the full path of the sensitive file we have discovered, which is this one. All right, the answer is correct, and we have completed the SSH keys privilege escalation vector. It should have worked, but it is not working. I don't know why. It is not my problem. Maybe it is the machine's problem, or something have changed in that machine or whatsoever. But I have followed, we have followed, not I have. We have did it together, and it is not working. So let's just go ahead and move on. It is not our problem. The thing is to learn how to abuse it or whatsoever. Get it in your notes, right? This is the correct way, and it should have worked on any system. That's all, my friends. So bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. Peace out. All right, my friend. Welcome to task number 8, which is sudo shell escaping privilege escalation vector. Right here on top, they give you the way to detect the vulnerability or whatsoever. They say in command prompt type sudo-l. From the output, notice the list of the programs that can run via sudo, and they give you the exploitation ways. Let's just go ahead and run sudo-l. And as we can see, we have a lot of binaries that can be run as sudo right here. Let's just come back right here, and these are the exploitation way. They say in command prompt type n following. So if you find binary on the sudo-l, this is the command you run. You have to copy this command and run it. And if you find arc on the sudo-l output, this is the command you go ahead and run. And if you find nmap on the sudo-l command, this is the command you run. And if you find vim, this is the command you run. So let's just go ahead and try the find command right here. I'll copy it. I'll come back right here. Let me clear the screen, and I'll paste it, and I'll hit enter. And as we can see, our shell profile has changed to sh-4 whatsoever. And if we say ID, we are root. Let's just go ahead and say who am I. We are root user on this system, and our shell profile has just changed. We can just go ahead and try to do a shell upgrade right here. Just a POC. You already know how to do a shell upgrade. You can just say which Python. We all know on this system we don't have Python 2 or Python 3. We only have Python 2.6. So this is what you need to do. As you can see, we have Python 2.6. So we have to say Python 2.6 -C, you are telling it to execute the following commands, which are import pty, then put a semicolon like this, then pty dot spawn, then you put 2 double brackets, and you come back in these 2 double brackets and you put 2 double quotes just like this. Pay attention. Then you say bin /bash, just like this. Then our command is complete. Now we can go ahead and hit enter, and as you can see, our shell profile did change to something nice, which is root at Debian, and we are in the home user directory. But with this shell, we wouldn't even know where we are. So this is the power of shell upgrades, and it is just working very fine. Nothing has been corrupted. All right, wonderful. Let's just go ahead and hit exit out of the root shell, and now we are back as just the TCM user. Let's just go ahead and try the following way, which is by using arc. Paste the command and run it, and as you can see, our shell profile did change. You can say ID, we are root. Who am I? We are root. Wonderful. Let's just go ahead and try the nmap way. So you better have these commands in your notes. If you see nmap or arc or whatsoever on the sudo-l, this is the commands you go ahead and run. All right, as you can see, our shell profile did change and we are now root. Wonderful. All right, let me say exit again and try the last option, which is using vim. And our profile did change. ID, we are root. Who am I? We are root. Let's hit exit and press enter, or type the command to continue. Let's just go ahead and press enter, and now we are in the vim. You can just go ahead and put these I don't know, backticks man, this colon slash or whatsoever, then we'll put q to quit, just like that. Now we are back as TCM user. So you better keep these commands in your notes. If you find in your sudo-l command, this is the command you run. Awk, this is the command you run. Nmap, this is the command you run. Vim, this is the command you run. So we can just go ahead and move on, but before we move on, I need to do something else with the GT4 bins. If we say sudo-l, we can also find another binaries. We have nano, we have main, we have less, we have FTP, we have Apache, we have more. We can also go ahead and try more by coming right here on a new tab, and you go to GT4 bins, and this is the sudo abusing way of GT4 bins. All right, before I come right here, you need to see how to navigate things around. You have to come on GT4 bins. Once you are here, you have to search for the binary you are looking for. Let's just say more. We have more on top, and we do have the sudo abusing way right here. This is where you will click and it will put you straight there. All right, so right here they say sudo, if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system or file system files, or escalate or maintain privilege escalation. So let's just go ahead and run this command on top right here, which is going to access the file system file or anything. So right here on this command, it is just going to access the etc/profile file, which should not be accessed by any type of user. Let's just go ahead and hit enter, and as we can see, we are seeing this file. It should not be accessible by any barons or any idiot or whatsoever. Only the root user should be able to access that file. All right, now we can try on the shadow file. And we are able to read the shadow file, not because it has the read access over the world, but we are just using the more version, by abusing the sudo functionalities. That's all. You can go ahead and try another binary. sudo-l on your own to really see if you did get this. Go ahead and try main or less. Let's just go ahead and see on GT4 bins, do we have main or less? Main, we do have it, and it has the sudo abusing functionality right here, which is this one. Go ahead and try to run this one. Or less, do we have less? We have less, and it has sudo abusing functionality right here, which is this one. You can just go ahead and read some files again. That's all. Go ahead and experience on your own. So this is it for this task number 8. We'll be moving on to task number 9. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next one. Alright, my friend, we are here on task number 9, which is sudo abusing intended functionalities. Alright, first they give you the detection, which is just sudo-l, and right here they give you the exploitation way, and this exploitation way is going to abuse the Apache 2 web server. We all know that Apache 2 web server was right here on the sudo-l command. It is right here, the Apache 2. So this is the exploitation way. They say in the command prompt, just go ahead and type this way, and from the output copy the root hash. What we can do, we can just go ahead and copy this command right here, and what this command is going to do, it is going to just read the shadow file, not because it has world read access on this file, but we are using it by abusing the sudo capabilities that is on the Apache 2 web server. Let's go ahead and hit enter, and as we can see, the root hash is right here. So what I'll need you to do, I will need you to copy it from right here to the end, which is right here. This is the hash. Copy it, create a new tab, go ahead and say mousepad hash.txt. Go ahead and paste the hash right there, Control S to save, then go ahead and close. Now let's come back right here on the browser. It says open the command prompt. This is just the hash way, storing the hash, and it says in command prompt type John and put the -- word list parameter and provide this word list, and it says from the output notice the correct credentials. All right, we already know the credentials is password 123 or password 321, I believe. So let's just go ahead and make sure that it exists in this file, and hopefully obviously it exists in this file. That's why they are giving us to use this file right here. So we can just go ahead and run this command right here. There's no need to really go ahead and confirm. Just like this, John the Ripper word list, use this one, and this is the file that contains the hash of the root user. Let's go ahead and hit enter. It says no hashes, it says no password hashes left to crack, which means they have been already cracked. It says loaded one password hash, and it is this one. So we can just go ahead and say John -- show, and we provide the hash, which is just in hash.txt file, then we hit enter, and it says the password of that hash is password 123 right here, and it says one password hash cracked, 0 left. So this is how you will crack it. If we come back right here, do we have questions? We don't have any questions. Let's just go ahead and click on complete, and now let's move on to the next task. All right, my friends, so this is it for this learning unit. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next learning unit. Welcome to task number 10, which is sudo ld preload privilege escalation vector. Right here on top, they give you the detection way, which you can just type sudo-l, and they say from the output, notice that the ld preload environment variable is intact. Let's just go ahead and run this command. All right, just where I left off right there, I'm clear the screen right here, and I'll paste the sudo-l command, and as you can see right here, environment, the underscore reset environment or whatsoever is goes to ld underscore preload. All right, now let's come to the exploitation way right here. They say open a text editor and type these following commands right here, and after that save the file as x.c, and then in command prompt go ahead and compile the binary by running this command right here, and in the command prompt just go ahead and say sudo ld preload or whatsoever this command, and after that you'll be good to go. Just go ahead and type id and see if you have root access. All right, so let's just go ahead and do what they said. Open a text editor on the target system. Mousepad, not mousepad, not mousepad. Mousepad is a GUI version of a text editor. Let's just go ahead and use vim x.c file, and I'll type I on the keyboard to enter the insert mode so I can paste whatever I copied. Check down here, right here. If I press I, now I'm in the insert mode. I can write on this file, and I'll hit Ctrl V to paste what I have copied, and I'll go ahead and hit the escape key on my keyboard, and you'll see this insert function will go ahead and disappear. As you can see, now I need you to press shift and this button right here that is going to appear on top on your keyboard. You all know this button right here, and I'll need you to type W and Q, which is write and quit, and we hit enter. And now our x.c file should be existing with the contents we put inside. Let's just go ahead and carry it out, and as you can see, this is the contents we have put inside. All right, now let's come back right here and compile the binary by copying this command. All right, so we are going to compile the binary, but the output of the compiled binary we are going to put is in the /temp folder, and the file is going to be named x.so. Let's go ahead and hit enter. All right, the command ran successfully, and now in command prompt they tell you to run this command right here. I'll clear the screen, I'll paste the command, and I'll go ahead and hit enter. And as you can see, it is saying root a Debian. You can go ahead and say ID. We are now root, and let's say who am I. We are now root on this system. All right, the catch right here is don't compile this exploit right here on your target, on your attacking machine, like on your system, then you transfer it to the target system. It won't work. You have to compile it inside the attacked system, which is just the target system. That's the catch right here. Go ahead and follow along everything they are just saying right here, and you'll be good to go. All right, let's just go ahead and click complete. Of course, we are complete right here. Let's just go ahead and move on to the next task, which is task number 11. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next task. Bye bye. All right, my friend, welcome to task number 11, which is SUID shared object injection privilege escalation vector. Right here on top they give you the way to detect all these binaries that you have in SUID bit set, and this is the command to detect it. And number 2, they say from the output make note of all SUID binaries. Then they say in command line type this command right here, and from the output notice that a .so file is missing from a writable directory. After that, they'll give you the exploitation way. So in your target system, you go ahead and create this directory, and you go ahead and inside that directory, then you open a text editor, and you create a file containing all these parameters right here, not all these parameters but this code, and you save that file as libcalc.c, and then you go ahead and compile it. Then you run this binary right here, and then you can just type ID, and hopefully you have root access on your target system. So let's just go ahead and follow along the walkthrough. Come right here, paste, and this is SUID binaries that has an SUID bit set right here. All right, let's just go ahead and copy the following command right here, and they say from output note that a .so file is missing from a writable directory. So I'm gonna clear the screen so we can see properly. All right, bunch of errors or whatsoever, access or whatsoever, no such file or directory of this file, no such file or directory, no such file or directory, or no such. Go ahead and read through. But if we come right here at the end, there you can see that in this folder we don't have a libcalc.so. They are saying no such file or directory, and we do have access in this home user directory right here. So if we don't have this folder code.config and you have this file inside, you can just go ahead and create this folder right here, and we'll put this file with the contents we just see on TryHackMe. So let's just go ahead and do so the exploitation way. Let's just go ahead and create the config directory. I'll clear the screen, paste the command. Let's just go ahead inside that directory. All right, we are inside the directory and it is empty. Now we can come back right here. They tell us to open a text editor and create this file libcalc.c. So I'll go ahead and copy the code, come back right here, and I'll say vim libcalc.c, just like this, and I'll hit enter. I'll press the I to enter the insert mode, and I'll paste the code right here just like this. I'll press the escape key, and I'll hit shift and this character key on the keyboard. You all know this. I don't know what the name of that key is, right there. And I'll say WQ to write and quit. And now if we cut out that file libcalc.c, we should be able to see the code we just put right there, which is just going to copy the bin bash, which is the shell, in the temporal directory as bash, and after that it is going to change the permission of this file and put the SUI bit set permission in the bash file in the temporal directory, and after that it is going to launch it with the -p, which is just going to elevate our privileges. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen, come back right here to compile the file. Let's go ahead and hit enter. No output has been putted, which means the command did run successfully, and we should be having this file right here with the .iso extension in this directory and this location. If we say ls, this file does exist right here. All right, let's move on with our exploitation. They say in the command prompt, just go ahead and run this command right here. I'll go ahead and run it, and as you can see, our profile has changed to bash something. And if we say id, it looks like UID, user effective ID, is TCM, and the group ID is just an user, but the UID is the effective UID is root, and we are in the groups of root again. So we can just go ahead and say who am I. As you can see, we are root, and now if we show upgrade, we'll see that we are root. So this is the escalation, and we have done it. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. We'll go ahead and move on. Just type the exit, and it is taking its time to exit out of this. Let's just go ahead and give it a second. All right, done. You can see the back in my home directory right here, and I'll clear the screen. Wonderful. I'll come right here. The escalation has been done. Let's just go ahead and click complete. Then we'll move on to task number 12, which is privilege escalation, SUID, symlinks. All right, my friend, this is it for this learning unit. Bye bye. I'll be meeting you in the next one. All right, my friend, here we are, task number 12, SUID, symlinks. So the detection right here is to type this command on the target system terminal, and from the output, notice that the installed Nginx version is below 1.62 whatsoever, this number, and this is the exploitation. So the exploitation is kind of complex, so you have to pay attention. So the first thing, let's just go ahead and run this command to detect the outdated version. All right, we can see right here, this is the version and it is outdated. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen. All right, so the exploitation, it is saying for this exploit, for this exploit, it is required that the user be www data to simulate this escalation to root by typing su root. So the root password is password 123. Once escalated to root, in command prompt type su -lo www data in command prompt, then go ahead and type this command right here. So for this exploit to work, www data user must be running. So at this stage, the system waits for log rotate to execute. In order to speed up the process, this will be simulated by connecting to the Linux VM via a different terminal. So this is the second terminal which you are going to su as root, then the password, then as root type the following command and switch back to the previous terminal and just type id and it should be root. So we have questions below right here. What CVE is being exploited in this task? And right here they are saying what binary SUID enabled and assists in the attack. So these are the questions we have. All right, so we are going to begin on the exploitation Linux VM terminal 1. We are just going to switch user to root, and this is the password 123, and we are just going to say su -lo www data, just like this. So let's just go ahead and switch user to root. Password 123. Now we are root user su-lo to switch the user to www data, and now we are www data. We can say who am I. We are www data. All right, let's just go ahead and run this command right here. All right, it is saying waiting for Nginx service to be restarted by log rotate code from the cron daily at 6:25 a.m. whatsoever. Let's just go ahead and create another tab on the right side right here. All right, let's come back right here on try hack me, and this is the Linux VM terminal 2. So we should be SSHing in as TCM again, then switch user to root, then we'll go ahead and run this command right here. So SSH is TCM. All right, this is the command. I just have to change the IP address. This is the IP address. Copy it, come back with it right here, paste it. Pay attention, my friend, pay attention. I don't want to leave you in the dust. Pay attention at the things what we are doing right here. Password is hacker 123. Don't be confused, pay attention. All right, now we are logged in as TCM on the second terminal. They told us to be root user, so we are going to switch to the root user, and the password is password 123, and now we are the root user. Now let's go ahead and run the following command which they told us to run, which is this one, and after that we should switch back to the previous terminal, which is terminal 1, and type id, and the exploit should be good. Press the command on the terminal number 2 and hit enter, and as we can see, something happened right here on the left terminal. And if we say who am I, we are root user. If we say id, we are the root user on this system. We are just www data, but this is the effective UID, which means we are root on this system. Wonderful. So the escalation has been done. We have some questions right here. What binary is SUID enabled and assists in the whatsoever? So it is Nginx. We all know that. Wrong answer. Come on. All right, so what binary is SUID enabled and assists in this attack, which is sudo, and what CVE is being exploited in this task? We can come back right here on the terminal and scroll up right here, and as we can see, this 2nginx root.sh is telling us that Nginx Debian based distro root privilege escalation POC exploit, and this is the CVE number right here. You just go ahead and copy it and paste it right here, and our answer is correct. All right, I hope you haven't been confused right here on this task number 12. I hope you are paying attention. You can rewatch this video 2 or 3 times. Make sure you are reading things clearly so you can get things done at the first time. That's all. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. I'll be meeting you in the next one. Bye bye. Now we are on task number 13, which is SUID environment variables number 1 privilege escalation vector. Right here on top, this is the detection way, and down here this is the exploitation way. So the detection way, you need to type this command right here to find for these SUID binaries again, and let's all make note of these SUID binaries. And then in command prompt, you need to run this command right here on this binary, and from the output, notice the functions used by the binaries. Then this is the exploitation way. In the command prompt, you go ahead and type this command right here. This is the command that is going to set some things, as you can see. Set UID to 0, which is the group ID of root, and set UID, which is the user effective ID of root, which is just 0, and system run bin bash and return 0 whatsoever. So this code is going to be stored in the /temp/service.c file, and we are going to compile it. After compiling, we are going to modify the path of the target system to add the /temp as a part of path on this system. Then we are going to run the binary, and after that you need to type ID so we can really confirm we are root. And they say, what was the last line of this command output right here? So this is the good thing of reading questions before jumping into the thing. You will see, maybe you'll answer the question through the process. Now this is where I just left off. I forgot to clear some things around. Let me hit exit and exit again right here. I'll close this window, I'll clear the screen right here, and I'll hit exit. And I am www data, I'm hit exit again, and now I am root, I'll hit exit again, and now I am TCM back where we should be. Now let's go ahead and paste this command to find SUID binaries, and we can see the binary does exist right here. All right, let's just go ahead and copy the strings and then the binary up front. Let me clear the screen. I hope I'm not being too fast. Yeah, I can feel it in my speech. It looks like, it feels like I'm being too fast. So let's just go ahead and paste the command and hit enter. And as you can see down here at the last, it says service Apache start. Let's just go ahead and copy this command right here and paste it on the questions right here, because they ask us what was the last line of that command output, and the answer is correct. All right, so we have noted down service Apache start, so they are going to start Apache or whatsoever, and it is going to be started as root. We all know that. All right, now let's come on the exploitation. Let's just go ahead and copy this command. I already explained what it is going to do. Hit enter, and now the code is being stored in the temporary directory as service.c. All right, I'll add an hour very soon. Come on. All right, let's go ahead and compile the code by running the following command. All right, seems like the command did run successfully. And now let's just go ahead and add the /temp to the path of this system. Let me clear the screen, and I'll say echo $path, and this is the path of this system. And if we paste the command we just copied, which is exporting the /temp to the path of this system, just like this. And now if we echo path, we can see our /temp does exist. It is right here. Wonderful. All right, after that we'll go ahead and run the binary as it is, and we should receive a root shell. and as we can see, root at Debian. ID, we are root. Who am I? We are root on this system, so the escalation has been done. Let's just go ahead and clear some things around. Exit back at TCM, clear the screen. Right here we are done. Let's move on to task number 14. Right here. Bye bye, my friend. I'll be meeting you in the next learning unit. Here we are, task number 14, which is SUID environment variables number 2. Right here on top we have the detection. They are saying in command prompt, type this command right here and make note of all SUID binaries. Then in command prompt, type strings on these binaries, and from the output notice the functions used by the binary. Then this is the exploitation method number 1, and this is the exploitation method number 2, which is kinda easy than method 1. And down here we have some questions or whatsoever. So let's see the exploitation method number 1. It is going to put some functions on this service right here on the binary service, and they are going to copy bin bash into temporary directory, and they are going to change the permissions on the bash in the temporary directory, and they are going to launch bash with -p and export this one and also run the binary again. So this is the exploitation method number 2. You can just go ahead and copy this command and paste it on ChatGPT, and it will explain a little bit better what is going on with this command than me. Alright, so let's just go ahead and find all the SUID binaries. You all know this isn't something new to you. This is all SUID binaries. Now let's go ahead and run strings on this binary. I'll clear the screen, and this is the last line from the output of that command. Let's just go ahead and copy it and answer that question. I'm gonna paste it and submit, and the answer is correct. All right, let's come back right here. So we'll go ahead and copy the command on the exploitation method number 1. We all know that it is going to run this service, this binary right here, to start Apache. Let's go ahead and paste this command. Okay, let's just go ahead and paste the following command again. Just follow along the walkthrough, don't get confused. And let's go ahead and run the command itself. So it is going to start Apache, but we have added some things to this binary, so it will go ahead and start Apache and also run our command right here as root user. That's all. Let's go ahead and paste the command and hit enter, and as we can see, it is saying we are root at Debian. Wonderful. Who am I? Root ID, root user ID, root GID, root groups in the root group. Now the escalation has been done. Let's just go ahead and hit exit and perform the exploit method number 2. All right, exploit method number 2 in command prompt. Just go ahead and paste this command right here, copy, which is the easy way. Paste it right here, then hit enter. Hopefully we'll receive a shell. As we can see, our batch profile has changed. ID, the user ID is TCM and the group ID is just user, but the effective UID in this shell is root and the effective group ID is root. If we say who am I am root on this system. Wonderful. You can go ahead and perform the shell upgrade. I already taught you well enough. You know what you're doing. You are better, my friend. You know what you have to do from now on. All right, now let's go ahead and hit exit and clear the screen. So the escalation has been done with the method number 1 and method number 2, and we have answered the question correctly. Now let's move on to task number 15 right here. So let me go ahead and end this learning unit, and I'll be meeting you in the next one. Bye bye. Task number 15, that's where we are. Capabilities privilege escalation vector. All right, the detection is to run get cap -r/ and output all the errors to the black hole. So let's just go ahead and copy the command. Down here they say from the output, notice the value of the cap underscore SUID capability. Let's go ahead and run the command right here. And as we can see, Python 2.6 have the cap SUID set. Alright, so this is the exploitation way. Let's just go ahead and copy the command, and they say enjoy root, and click complete once we have elevated the machine. If we come right here and paste the command, boom, we are root. Wonderful. So this is what you have to do if you see Python 2 or Python 2.6. This is the command you have to run if that Python has the capabilities set on it. This is the command you have to run, and you escalate the privileges. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and clear some things around and move on to the next learning unit. Click complete. We are done right here, and now we are moving to the cron jobs. Yes, right here on task number 16. So bye bye my friend, I'll be meeting you in the next task. All right, my cyber adventure. Task number 16. This is where we are. Cron path privilege escalation vector. All right here on top, this is the detection where in a command prompt, just go ahead and say cat etc cron tab. From the output, notice the value of the path variable, and then this is the exploitation way. Let's just go ahead and list the cron tab first. My mouse is shaking, I don't know why. All right, as you can see, root owns this file right here. Not owns, but root is going to run this file at a specific time, and also this file. But this file, its path is not defined, so which means this the cron tab is going to find this file in the home user, which is the path, in the local user sbin, and the user bin local, and sbin directory, and just /bin, and user sbin directory, and user bin. So this is where it is going to first find this file right here, and if it not, it will go ahead and fail to run this override.sh cron job. So we all know that we have access to our home user, our directory right here. So if we put this file in the home user directory, it will go ahead and look for the file in the path, and it will also go inside the home user directory, and if they find this file, it will go ahead and run this file with the contents inside it. And if we have put some contents we want, it will go ahead and run them as the root user, and hopefully we'll get our root access. So the first thing we need to do is to cd into /home/user. Right here, and we need to create this file right here, and also put some actual content we need to be run by root, and hopefully we can get our root access. So before we do that, we need to locate this file. We need to see if this file already exists on this target system, and if you say locate, we don't have the capabilities to search using locate. Let's use find. And redirect all the errors into the black hole. And as you can see, override.sh is in the user/local bin. This is where it is, but before it reaches user local bin directory, it's been here, this one. To find this file, first it starts with home user. So if we put this file right here in the home user, it will go ahead and start to run our script, and we will be good to go. So let's go ahead and clear the screen and pwd, I'm in the home user directory. Now let's go ahead and come back right here on try hack me, and in command prompt, go ahead and type the following command right here, which is putting cp command to copy the bash into the temporary directory, then put in a SUI bit to set the permissions of it to be root, and put it in the home user override.sh file, and then change the script permissions to be execute some execute permission, which means that when the cron jobs comes to see this file, it will go ahead and execute it, otherwise it will not work. And then after that, we can just go ahead, after a minute or something, we'll go ahead and launch it with the -p, and hopefully will be root. So let's just go ahead and copy the command right here, paste it and hit enter. Now let's just go ahead and change the permissions. My mouse is shaking a little bit, what's wrong? Now let's come back right here, and it is saying to wait for 1 minute. So the thing I need you to do to be a pro something or whatsoever, to really see that did someone execute or create the file we needed in the temp directory, was it run by root or whatsoever. What I need you to do is say watch -n1 / temp folder. Need you to fix right here, say los-loah right here, and space this one right here. That's all. This command is going to be run on every second, this losh command, to list all the files in the temporary directory, to see if someone will go ahead and put something right there or whatsoever. This is called monitoring. And if we hit enter, we can see we have a bash file right here. I think it is already copied, and it was run on, yeah, on 9/06 exactly, and 9/06 has just passed by 30 seconds. As you can see, it is reading through seconds, and now this file belongs to root. So if we run this file bash-p, it will go ahead and give us root access. Let's just go ahead and hit Q to cancel. No, Control X, not Control X, Control C to cancel the command. Now if we cd into /temporary directory, and the los-loah bash file is right here, it is owned by root. We can say bash-p and hit enter, and now our bash profile has changed. Let's say id. Now we are root. You can see the effective uid root, effective gid root. Let's say who am I. Now we are root. So the escalation has been done right here. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. I'll be meeting you in the next one. Bye bye. Clear the screen, click complete, and let's move on to cron wildcards. So meet me in the next learning unit, my friend. Bye bye. All right, my friend. Task number 17, cron wildcards privilege escalation vector. So right here on top we have the detection, which you can run cat etc cron tab, and from the output notice the script user local bin compress.sh and cat it out, and from the output notice the wildcard used by tar. And this is the exploitation way which you are going to copy the bin bash binary to temporary directory and also change its permissions, and you would redirect that command or those commands in the home user runme.sh file. So this kind of complex, let's just go ahead and do it and follow along. Here's the command to etc cron tab and user local bin compress.sh. Let's just go ahead and carry it out, and we can see the wildcard used by tar. Let's come back right here on the exploitation and run the first command on top, and it has been executed successfully. Run the second command. Lastly, let's go ahead and run this one. Wonderful, no errors or anything. Let me clear the screen. Now what we should do is to monitor the temporary directory. This is what we need to do for now. because they told us to wait for any minute, but before any minute before we reach any minute, you can see on 0640 the bash has been created file right here, and it belongs to root. And as you can see, we are 40 seconds away from 0640, so it has been already executed. If you don't believe me, you can just go ahead and remove bash again and start monitoring again. In a minute it will go ahead and be removed again and modified again. You should believe me. Let's wait for a second right here. As you can see, bash has been modified again on 0641, as you can see. So it is constantly being created. All right, let's all go ahead and hit Control C to cancel. And now what we can do is temp bash-p. And now our terminal profile has changed. ID, who am I? We are root. The escalation has been done on this system. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and hit exit, clear the screen, and click on complete. Now let's move on to task number 18 right here. Bye bye, my friend. This is the end of this learning unit. I'll be meeting you in the next one. All right, my friend, task number 18, cron file override privilege escalation vector. This is where we are. So right here on top we have the detection way, which you can just carry out the etc cron tab, and from the output notice the script override.sh and go ahead and find its original location and los-l to list what permissions do we have over this file. And from the output notice the file permissions, and after that you can just go ahead with the exploitation way, which is copying the bin bash to the temporary directory and changing its permission to set an suid permission on that file. This is just redirecting our commands into that file again, and then we have to wait for 1 minute for that bash script to execute. All right, so I'm gonna come right here, and what I'm gonna do, what should I do? cat/etc cron tab, and we have override.sh. Let's go ahead and try to find its location. Make sure you redirect all the errors into the black hole, and this is the location, original location of the override.sh. And now you can just go ahead and carry it out to see what is inside, and this is what we have, which is just useless. Now we can say los-loah over that file to see what permissions do we have on that file. So these are the permissions of the owner of this file, and this is some other permissions of the people that are inside in the group, in the same group with the owner file. And these are the world permissions. So on the world permissions, which means everyone can have read and write access over this file, which is a misconfiguration. So what we need to do, we can overwrite whatever inside this file, or we can append some things by copying this command right here that appends something inside this file. We just go ahead and run it properly. Now if we say cat, you can see it has been updated. Our command is inside right here. Now let's go ahead and clear the screen and monitor the temporary directory. All right, we can see bash was executed on 0:51, and now it is 06:51:55 right here. You can just go ahead and wait it for a second, and now it is 0:52, and right here it did change to 0:52 again, which means our binary has been run by root. Now Control C to cancel, and now you can cd into temporary directory and say bash-p, and it did not happen the way we expected it to do. los-loah bash is right here. So what is wrong? Bash-p, it should say root or something. /tmp/bash-p. Yeah, it needed the whole path. So if we say id, we can see the effective user ID is root and effective GID is root. If we say who am I, it is root. So the escalation has been done, my friends. Let's just go ahead and clear out some things. cd back. Wonderful. All right, let's just go ahead and click complete because we are done right here. Now we'll go ahead and move to the last one, which is task number 19. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next one. Task number 19, NFS root squashing. And on the detection right here, they tell you to run this command, which is cat etc exports. And from the output, notice that no root squash option is defined for the /temporary directory export. Let's just go ahead and run this command. And as we can see, /temp, and it has no root squash option enabled right here. All right, now let's move on to the exploitation on our attacker VM. This is our machine. They tell us to open a command prompt and type this command, which is show mount -e. This is like enumerating these mounting points outside the target system. So I'm gonna create a right tab. Let me increase the fonts and I'll run the command just like this. And as we can see, we can only mount the /temporary directory, but they didn't tell us that it has no root squash enabled, and it's fine. Let's just go ahead and move on. All right, they tell us to make a directory called 1 in the temporary directory, just like this. Okay, let's move on. And they're telling us to mount the /temporary directory of the target system in our temp1 folder. Let's just go ahead and paste the command and let's go ahead and hit enter. And it says requested NFS version or transport protocol is not supported for TMP/1. So what you need to do right here is to change the version right here. You can either put 1, and if it fails, go ahead and put version 3. Give it a second. It is mounting the share, and now we can create a down pane. I don't know if it did mount successfully. No, let me rerun that command because it should have shown something down here. Let me rerun that command. All right, maybe it did just mount. Let's just go ahead and create a down pane right here. Let me increase the fonts, and I must say / in the temporary directory on the folder code 1. My god, what is wrong right here? Let me create another tab, cd /tmp on folder number 1, and if I say los, we can see the files inside the target system. So the share has been mounted successfully. We can really confirm that by doing this. LOS, the temporary directory, we have backup.tar or whatsoever and useless. And if we come right here, we have backup and useless. So the share has been mounted successfully. Now let's come back right here, and they say in command prompt, go ahead and type this command. I'll go ahead and type it right here. I have pasted it. It's taking too long because we are not doing some things on our system. We are doing some things that needs to be caged in the target system there, so it is transferring all these commands to that system. So that's why it is lagging a little bit and the commands are not it's not smooth. The command is run. Let's come back right here and let's compile it by running this command. All right, it has been compiled, and now we can set some permissions by running this command. All right, done. Now on the Linux VM, which is just the target system, we can just say /temp x, and if we say ID, and we should be root. Now I'll come back right here and I'll clear the screen. Now say /temporary/x, and I'll hit enter. And as we can see, we are receiving an error right here. They are telling us that libc.so.6 version, this one is not found, and it is required by our binary we are trying to run. This problem has been faced by so many people. I don't know why it keeps popping up like this, but this is the correct way you should follow. This is the correct way, and they did everything they told us to do completely and very straight, but this problem has been faced by so many people. So there's something or changed in this target system or whatsoever, but this problem has been faced with so many people. So it's okay, we can just go ahead and skip it because we have followed the walkthrough properly, but we did not succeed because something is missing on the target system. But this is the intended way you should be able to do it. So we are going to skip this one, and this is the last learning unit of this module, my friend. So we are going to say bye bye right here. I'll be meeting you in the next module. This is it, my friend. I'll be meeting you in the next section part of the course. We have completed the room. Wonderful. I'll go ahead and terminate the machine. I no longer need it. All right, then I'll go back on my search Linux right here, and on free only machines we'll go inside Linux Privilege Escalation. We are done with the Linux Privilege Arena. Now we are moving on right here, and this is where we are. Now I need you to go ahead and just wait for me right here. That's all. Just wait for me in the next section right here. All right, my friend, bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next section. All right, my friend. I welcome you with so much love to this section part of the course, which we are going to explore this room on TryHackMe called the Linux Privilege Escalation. All right, down here it says learn the fundamentals of Linux Privilege Escalation from enumeration to exploitation. Get hands-on with over 8 different privilege escalation techniques. Alright, now let's scroll down and come on the introduction right here on task number 1. It says privilege escalation is a journey. There are no silver bullets, and much depends on the specific configuration of the target system, the kernel version, installed applications, supported programming languages, other users' passwords are a few key elements that will affect your road to the root shell. This room was designed to cover the main privilege escalation vectors and give you a better understanding of the process. This is a new skill, will be an essential part of your arsenal whether you are participating in CTFs, taking certification exams, or working as a penetration tester. Let's just go ahead and click complete. We all heard that introduction. That was quite a good one. Now let's come on what is privilege escalation. What does privilege escalation mean? At its core, privilege escalation usually involves going from a lower permission account to a higher permission one. More technically, it is the exploitation of a vulnerability, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or application to gain unauthorized access to resources that are usually unusually restricted, not unrestricted. Restricted from other users, as you can see right here, from a small user to super admin. Alright, why is it important? It's rare when performing a real-world penetration testing to be able to gain a foothold, which is just initial access on the target system that gives you direct administrative access. Privilege escalation is crucial because it lets you gain system administrator level of access, which allows you to perform actions such as resetting passwords, bypassing access control to compromise protected data, editing software configurations, enabling persistent, changing the privilege of new, existing, or new users, execute any administrative command. Right here on the question, just say read the above. It's okay. Let's just go ahead and click complete. And now let's come to task number 3, which is called enumeration, which is something I already taught you. So they say note, launch the target machine attached to this task to follow along. You can launch the target machine and access it from your browser. Alternatively, you can access it over SSH, which is the way we love, with the low privilege user credentials below, which is Karen, and this is the password, which is password 1. So let's just go ahead and click start machine. And what I want you to do on your own is to read through everything right here. Let me minimize this browser-based Linux machine. What I want you to do is read through everything from right here, enumeration, and go ahead and exercise with all these commands or whatsoever. This is not new to you. These are familiar because I have taught you how to do this or whatsoever. But this is just deeper understanding and a deeper explanation of those commands or whatsoever. So just go ahead and read through everything, practice all of these commands and whatsoever. And I need you to come down here on questions once you are done with this. I need you to come right here on the answer the questions below, and you'll meet me in the next learning unit. We'll start from right here to answer all these questions. Then once we complete, we'll move on to the next task, which is task number 4. So power on this machine. Once the IP address is right here, just go ahead and copy it and SSH into that machine. It should be straightforward and simple. Let me actually do it with you. SSH Karen at this IP address, then let's hit enter. I hope this machine is already up and running. All right, it is up and running. Let's just say yes, and the password is password 1, just like that. Let's just give it a second, and as we can see, we do have access, and we are just having a $sign right here. If I say who am I, I'm just a small user who is just Karen. And let's go ahead and do a shell upgrade real quick right here. Which Python? We do have Python 2, so I can just say Python -c to execute the following commands I am going to type, which is import pty semicolon, then oh my god, I missed something. Let's go back right here. All right, import pty, then pty dot spawn bin bash, just like that, then hit enter. And as we can see, our profile did change to Karen at Word, and I know that Word is the host name of this machine. Let's just go ahead and confirm. It is Word 7363. All right, wonderful. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Just go ahead and get connected to the SSH and meet me in the next learning unit, where we are going to start answering all these questions down here. All right, my friend, this is it for the intro of this machine. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. All right, my friends, we are back again just where we left off. So the first question on top right here, it is saying, what is the host name of the target system? Let's just go ahead and confirm the host name by saying host name, and it's word 7363. I'll go ahead and copy it and I'll paste it right here and I'll submit. All right, my answer is correct. Now, what is the Linux kernel version of the target system? All right, I'll need you to come back right here and say uname-r, and this is the version we get. Let's just go ahead and copy it and come back with it right here and submit the answer. All right, my answer is correct. Now they're asking me, what Linux is this? Let's come back on our terminal, and I need you to say, what is it you need to say? Just say cat/etc/issue, just like this. And this is the results we get back. Let's just go ahead and copy it and submit it. Hopefully this is correct. And my answer is correct. Now they are saying, what version of Python language is installed on the target system? We all know that we do have Python 2. I don't know about Python 3, but let's just go ahead and say Python --help to see the help function of the Python. Maybe we will see its version, and if we don't know, if we didn't see it, we should check all the parameters. And right here I believe the capital letter V prints the Python version number, and you can just say version, it will go ahead and print the Python version number. Let's just go ahead and say Python capital letter V and hit enter, and we do have Python 2.6.7. let's just go ahead and copy it and submit it right here. All right, wonderful, our answer is correct. Now down here they're asking us what vulnerabilities seem to affect the kernel of the target system. Enter a CVE number. Let's just come back right here on the terminal. I'll go ahead and clear the screen, and I'll say uname -a to get all the information, and I'll go ahead and copy this version right here, and I'll come back on my browser, create a new tab, and I'll say Linux, paste the version number, and I'll say priv esc. All right, right here on top we have Linux kernel and the appropriate version, which is similar with ours. And down here we also have the appropriate version, which is 3. It says it starts from 3.13.024, which is our same Linux version of our target system, to reach 3.16 or whatsoever. But the CVE number is saying CVE 2015-1328, and also down here it is saying CVE 2015-1328. So let's just go ahead and copy the CVE number, and hopefully we will be correct. Let's come back right here on Try Hack Me, submit, and boom, our answer is correct. Wonderful. So we are done. Let's just go ahead and move on to task number 4, which is automated enumeration tools. So in the last room, which is Linux Privilege Arena, we already talked about these automated tools, and we have experienced with these linpiece, linenum, and Linux explicit suggester. So we don't have to go through this room. Let's just go ahead and click complete. You can just go ahead and also try these tools that are listed right here on your own. You all know the drill, nothing will be new. All right, so let's just move on to task number 5. So surprisingly, each task on this Linux Privilege room has its own machine. So we are done with the enumeration right here, which is line, kernel, or whatsoever machine. I need you to go ahead and click on terminate. All right, that machine has been terminated, and as you can see, task number 5 has its own machine. Let's just go ahead and click start machine. It will go ahead and start this machine, and once it has started and the IP address will be shown right here, I will need you to go ahead and SSH into that machine. It will be easy, straight like that, just simple. You all know the drill, nothing is new. I'll clear the screen right here, and I am ready to put the next IP address that is going to pop up right here. So this is what I need you to do. Just go ahead and get connected and wait for me on the task number 5. That's all. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. Bye bye, my friend. All right, my friend, we are back again, just where we left off on task number 5, which is kernel exploits privilege escalation vector. And now you should be already connected to the SSH, and it should be working very fine. Wonderful. All right, by now I am confused. Should I read everything through with you, or you should read on your own? But I believe reading on your own and digesting things on your own is kind of good. Maybe you don't like how I read things, since English is not my native language. So read on your own, digest and understand on your own at on your pace. So now let's just go down right here, and it says what is the content of flag1.txt file. Let's just go ahead and try to find that file. Find /name flag1.txt, and don't forget to redirect all the rubbish into the black hole. And as we can see, the flag1.txt exists in the home mat directory. I'll go ahead and cancel the command because I already found what I needed. And if I get this file, it says permission denied. because I'm just a small user and I don't have permissions to read this file. So what we should do, we should perform the kernel exploit, then we should go ahead and read this file out. Now let's just go ahead and clear the screen. So to begin, we need to say uname. We don't need to waste our time running Linux exploit suggester and reading a bunch of exploits or whatsoever. Let's just go ahead and say uname-a, and it says Linux on this machine, and this is the version. Let's just go ahead and copy the version. That is the most important thing. Create a new tab and say Linux, paste the version, then say Privilege, just like that. All right, right here on top we have exploit DB. Let's just go ahead and open it up, and down here we have GitHub, and down here we have this guy. They were trying to exploit this machine, which is just Linux Privilege whatsoever, but let's just go ahead and follow along with the exploit DB. All right, Linux kernel from 3.13 to 3.19. So this is where this exploit work. It says overlay fs local privilege escalation, and it is verified, and this is the CVE number, and author is rebel type. This is just for local privilege escalation platform Linux, and this is the date it was released. All right, so down here we can also go ahead and read through some description or whatsoever, but what's important is right here. So right here they start by checking the version uname-a, and the version of this system was 3.19. It falls into the version number where the exploits works, and they say GCC on this code, and the output is just going to be OFS, which will be the binary that will be compiled from this code. So what's most important is does our target have this compiler GCC? We can just go ahead and confirm it right away by saying which GCC, and we do have the compiler right here, so that's wonderful. All right, they did go ahead and say ID before running the exploit, and they were just user, and they did go ahead and detonate the exploit, and they have another shell and they say ID, and they were root. That's wonderful. Now let's just go ahead and try this exploit out, and if it failed, we'll move on to the next exploit, which we'll find we don't have the next exploit or another option for now. Let's just go ahead and click on the view row, which I just did. I need you to press Ctrl+A to select everything, Ctrl+C to copy, and I need you to come back right here. All right, so on this machine I don't believe they do have Vim. I just like to use Vim. I don't like Nano or whatsoever, because the keys can be different with the target system keyboard configuration and with your keyboard, so you might be stuck inside the Nano or just Vim, whatever it is, you'll be stuck. So what we need to do, let's just go ahead and create our exploit outside the target system. Once our exploit code is fine, we'll go ahead and move it to the target system, because compiling a code on your system and you get it to another system, it might not go ahead and work, because I don't know, it will just not work. If you have time, compile it on your attacker system, then transfer the exploit to your target system, then try to run it. It will go ahead and fail. But compiling the exploit on the target system will always go ahead and work. So let's just go ahead and create the file, mousepad ofs.c, hit enter, paste the code, Ctrl+S to save. I'll close the file. Now I'll go ahead and run a simple Python web server on port 80, and I'll come back right here and I'll say which wget. I'm just going to check, do we have wget on this system, so we can transfer the exploit code to the target system. Or kill, do we have kill? We don't have kill, we only have wget. So let's just go ahead and say wget on our IP address, which is 10.10, which is 10.4.9582, and ofs.c, and output it as ofs.c, and hit enter. All right, permission denied. All right, I believe you have to redirect. I think so. Let's just go ahead and just redirect. Let's go ahead and hit enter. Permission denied. What is going on? Come on. -o and hit enter. Permission denied. What is going on? wget on this IP address, go ahead and get this 0fsc file, then output it as all right. I think the directory we are in, we don't have permissions there. Let's just go ahead and cd into the temporary directory. Wonderful. Let's just go ahead and read wget help functions a little bit. Read quick. Let me fix the terminals. Let's scroll up. I need to see some output options, which is just -o, small letter or capital letter. Big letter is to output it in a document file or whatsoever. So, or output it log messages to a file. I believe we have to use the -o capital letter. All right, so wget, where are you? Right here. Let's go ahead and put capital letter O, then hit enter. All right, so it is saying they did go ahead and download something. Right here on our simple Python web server, we can see this IP address did come back and download this file, and 200, which means successful. We can just go ahead and cancel and close this window so we can have our big window right here. And if I say ls, we do have the file right here. Let's just go ahead and say gcc, then the code file or fx or whatsoever, then -o or fs, just like this. I believe so. You can go back and read through the code, which is just correct. Let's just go ahead and compile it by hitting enter. And seems like everything is fine. Let's just go ahead and say ls, and we do have the exploit right here. So I'll go ahead and clear the screen, and let's go ahead and detonate it by just doing this. Then I'll hit enter. All right, as you can see, our terminal profile did change to just hash. Let's just go ahead and say id, and it is saying we are root. Who am I? Again, we are root. Wonderful. We have escalated through kernel exploits. Now let's just go ahead and do the last task. You can just go ahead and do show upgrade right here, or go ahead and perform the last task, which is reading that flag1.txt file. It was in the /home/maths right here, ls flag1.txt. Carry it out, and here's the flag. Let's just go ahead and copy it, come back with it right here on try hack me. What is the content of the flag1.txt? Paste it, and let's just go ahead and click submit, and our answer is correct. So this is it for this task number 5, which is kernel exploits. We have escalated through kernel exploits. That's wonderful. Let's just go ahead and close it and come on task number 6, which is escalating through sudo. And as you can see, it has its own machine again. Let's just go ahead and terminate the previous machine. Now let's go ahead and click start machine. It will go ahead and boot up and show the IP address right here. Go ahead and SSH in and meet me in the next learning unit on task number 6. That's it, my friend. This is it for this learning unit. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in the next one. All right, my friend, we are back again on task number 6, which is sudo privilege escalation. And by now you should be connected to your SSH. For me, I already did, and I have upgraded my shell. All right, right now what I need you to do, just go ahead and read through everything. And as you can see, GT4 beans has been introduced right here. It is saying it is a valuable source that provides information on how any program on which may have sudo right can be used, leverage applications, functions, or whatsoever. I need you to go ahead and read through everything right here, understand them at your own pace, and keep them on your notes or whatsoever. And I'll need you to meet me on the questions below right here. So without wasting any time, let's just go ahead and answer them. They are saying, how many programs can the user Karen run on the target system with sudo rights? Let's just go ahead and confirm it by saying sudo-l. And from the results, we can only see 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's just come back right here and submit 3 as the answer. All right, they are asking us what is the content of flag2.txt. No matter if we say find this flag2.txt file, if we find it, we can't read it because maybe hopefully we'll not have the permission. So what we need to do, we need to escalate our privileges from these results right here, which is running sudo on these binaries. That's what we need to do to be able to read flag2.txt. So now we all know what we need to do. What we need to do is we need to visit gt4beans. That's the deal. And on our list we have find, less, and nano. Let's just go ahead and begin with find. Let's come back on our browser, gt4beans. Let's just go ahead and search for find, and we do have sudo functions right here. Let's go ahead and click it, and it is right here. It is saying if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the system, to access the file system, escalate or maintain privilege access. Let's just go ahead and copy the command below right here, and if we run it, hopefully maybe we have a root access on this target system. I'll go ahead and paste it and hit enter, and as we can see, our shell profile has just changed to just hash. Let's just go ahead and say ID. It says we are root and we have escalated successfully. Let's just go ahead and say who am I. It says we are root, so we have escalated successfully, but we are not done with the questions right here on try hack me. It is saying what is the content of flag2.txt. Let's come back right here. You can go ahead and do a shell upgrade if you like, but for me, I'm just going to say find. I'm going to find wherever it is, flag2.txt. Don't forget to redirect all the rubbish to the black hole. Let's give it a second. Come on, where you at? Where are you hiding? I have paused the video and it's been 2 minutes and it didn't come up with the flag.txt, flag2.txt file yet. I'll just go ahead and cancel because it is wasting a lot of time. Let's just go ahead and say find in the home directory -name. The name of the file is flag2.txt. Don't forget to redirect all the rubbish to the black hole. All right, it is right here, home ubuntu flag2.txt. Let's just go ahead and carry it out. The contents, go straight with them to try hack me. Am I doing my things too fast or whatsoever? I can feel it in my voice. Maybe I'm doing it too fast. All right, we do have a question right here. How would you use nmap to spawn a root shell if your user had sudo rights on nmap? Obviously, we have to visit gt4beans. No one else. I just come back right here and say nmap. Put the correct spelling right there. Don't do as I did. Come on, sudo, and sudo is right here. Maybe this command or this one, but I believe this is the one. Let's just go ahead and copy it. Come back with it right here on try hack me, not on the terminal. Paste the command, click submit, and boom, our answer is correct. All right, now they are asking us what is the hash of Frank password. All right, we have to find this hash, and I believe it belongs in the shadow file which exists in the etc shadow location. Hit enter, and hopefully this is the Frank password, not password man, I mean hash. Let's come back right here and see the format. Okay, I believe we should copy it from right here to the end, or right here to right here. Let's just go ahead and try this one first. Paste it, click submit, and our answer was correct. So this is it for this section, which is just task number 2 for sudo privilege escalation vector. You all know the drill. Don't ask me what is the drill. Terminate the machine, go ahead and start the next machine, which is task number 7. Go ahead and click start, get connected, and let's move on to the next learning unit. Bye bye, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. All right, my friend. Welcome to task number 7, which is SUID privilege escalation vector. And by now, you should be connected to your SSH session. All right, so you all know the drill. Just go ahead and read through everything at your own pace and understand things at your own pace right here. Don't just go ahead and follow along with me on the questions right here. No, this is very valuable information. Go ahead and read through it, digest, and put them on your notes. This is very valuable information. All right, so let's come on the questions right here. It is saying, which user shares the name of a great comic book writer? I don't even know about comic books or whatsoever. This question is kind of triggering me, but it's okay. We can find users on this system by just saying los/home. This is where we can find another users, and if we don't find any, we do have Ubuntu user right here, and I believe this is not a comic name or whatsoever. Let's just go ahead and get the etc password, and from down here on top, obviously we should have root, and down here we have Karen, which we are logged in as, and we have user 2, and we have Gary Conway, which should be the correct answer. So go ahead and submit it. I already submitted it. When I have paused the video, I forgot to record, so my answer was correct. It is Gary Conway. Now they're asking us, what is the password of user 2? So now we should abuse, because this task number 7 is telling us to abuse SUID binaries. So let's just come right here on top. We do have a command that will go ahead and find us those binaries, which is this one. Just go ahead and copy it. It says it will list files that have SUID or SGID bit set. So just go ahead and run that command. I'll go ahead and clear the screen, and I'll run that command. This command is going to take 20 seconds to 30 seconds. Let's just go ahead and leave it do its own thing. Let me pause the video for a second, and I'll unpause once it has finished running. All right, my friend, I am back, and the command has finished running, and this is all the binaries we have on SGID bit set and SUID bit set. And based from experience, I need you to spot the binaries that exists in these type of locations, which is just user bin. This is the locations I need you to focus on. Yeah, if it's hard and you don't have any options, or you are on your last breaths, you have to look for other binaries in certain locations. But based on experience on medium machines or hard machines, you have to pay attention on the binaries that are in the user bins and popular path environments. All right, so we are here. We have shfn pkexec sudo admin password g password new group schs base64 su f user mount add and mount. So right here, from right here, you already know the drill. We should go ahead and visit GT4 bins based on our list we have. And from experience, I am going to try base64 first. This is based from experience, because I do have another CTF machine I performed, and I abused this binary base64 bit that has an SGID bit set on it. So based from experience, I'm going on GT4 bin and search for base64, just like that. I'll come right here, base64, and we do have file to read SUID and sudo, and our function is SUID. All right, SUID is saying if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to abuse access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access as a suite backdoor. If it is used to run sh-p, omit the -p argument on the system like Debian, which redirects just like this. I don't know what this means, so I'm just gonna skip it for you to suffer alone. And says that allow the default sh shell to run with suite privileges. This example creates a local SUID copy of the binary and runs it to maintain privileges, elevated privileges. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. To interact with an existing SUID binary, skip the first command and run the program using its original path. I don't know what I just read. I'm just going copy and paste like an idiot, like other idiots in the cybersecurity. Please leave us alone. Let's just go ahead and copy this command right here. Don't just go ahead and use this one because we don't have sudo rights on this binary. Just go ahead and start right here. All right, clear the screen, paste the command. So it is saying hello file to read. Which is file to read? Which file do you want to read? We want to read the shadow file because it is the one that contains something juicy. And based from try hack me right here on their question, they're asking us what is the password of user 2. So now if we read the shadow file, then we should go ahead and crack the password of the user 2. Then we'll go ahead and submit the answer. And maybe we should su switch user to user 2. Then we should say something else, then to escalate from as user 2 and find this flag 3.txt file. So let's just go ahead and start with reading the shadow file. etc/shadow. Okay, let's just come back right here, gt4 beans, copy the command, come on our terminal, and I'll remove this dot and slash at first right here. Then I'll go ahead and hit enter. Before I hit enter, we are going to launch base64 and putting the variable name, which is hello file, which is just this file /etc shadow file, and it is going to be base64 encoded. After that, we are going to pipe it again to base64 and it is going to decode it. So the file shadow is going to be read by using just this trick because we have SUID bit set on this binary. This is just a trick to trick the system and do what we want to do on this system. Let's just go ahead and hit enter. And as we can see, now we do have the contents of the shadow file. Don't tell anyone, this is our secret, my friend. We did something great right here. So from try hack me right here, they're asking us what is the password of user 2. Let's just come back right here and copy the user 2 hash from right here, and I need you to end it right here. This is the correct hash you will need to crack it successfully. Just go ahead and copy it, and I'll create another tab, and let me increase the fonts for you to see properly because I know your eyes don't see. You are getting old, my friend. Never fight aging. You are getting old. Let's just go ahead and say mousepad, mouse. Oh my god, I don't know how to type mouse pad. Password, not password. Let me just say hash.txt. Hit enter, and I'll go ahead and paste the hash just like this, and I'll hit Ctrl S to save the file. Now let's go ahead and close it. All right, from right here on our standpoint, we don't know which is the best word list to provide, but let's just go ahead and give John the Ripper a try for just 1 minute. If John Ripper failed, we'll move on to hashcat. So let's just go ahead and say John and hash.txt file, and let's just hit enter. Let's just go ahead and give John, oh my god, it says this hash has been already cracked. So I believe its password may be password 1 or password 123 or password 321 because we already cracked those type of passwords. So what you need to do is just say John hash.txt --show and hit enter, and it is saying the password is 1. So I have already cracked this hash before, that's why it is saying this. But if you haven't cracked it before, this command will go ahead and run successfully, and you have this password 1 right here, just like that. Let's just go ahead and copy password 1 and come back with it on try hack me and submit the answer, and our answer should be correct. All right, now what should we do? Should we abuse more, or man, no, I don't know where to start, but we need to escalate our privileges to read this file right here. But let's just go ahead and try to switch user to become user 2 as we are current on this system. All right, su to user number 2, password is password 1, and I am given another shell. Let me just go ahead and say who am I. Now we are user 2, where are we? And as user 2, are we able to read the file? I'll search it in the home directory. Are we able to read the file flag3.txt without any consequences? right here. We are just trying to find it out. Here it is. I'll get the file out, and permission denied, so we don't have the privileges to view this file. Now let's just go ahead and try what we already know, what we do know by abusing sudo. Let's just say sudo-l to see if this user2 have some sudo capabilities on any binary. Let's just go ahead and hit enter, and they are asking us for a password. Let's just go ahead and provide. We already know the password, and it is saying sudo is not allowed to run on this system. And now I don't know what to do. Let me pause for a second and take a breath and think. We all think, my friend. Don't look at me like that. We all pause sometimes and think. We all have these brain freezes in life. Let me pause for a second, my friend, and I'll grab my evil cheat sheet, my evil host blanket. All right, my friend. I am back, and it's not even a minute has passed. You can check the time between the time I pause. A minute has not even passed, and I just have another thought, which is cracking the hash of Jerry Conway, which is Gary Conway, cracking his hash, and SU and B Gary Conway on this system. Then try to say sudo-l, or maybe as Gary, we can read flag3.txt file. You all know the drill, what I'm going to do. So I'll exit out of user2 session, and now I am back as Karen. Now let's go ahead and copy the hash of Gary Conway to right here, copy right here, and I'll say -pad on hash.txt file. I'll go ahead and remove this hash which was belonging to user2, paste the new hash, Control S to save, close the file, join it again from John the Reaper, hash.txt, and I'll go ahead and hit enter, and it is saying this hash has been already cracked. It is on its database. I'll go ahead and say show, and it is test123. So this command is just going to work fine if you haven't cracked this hash before. For me, I already cracked it before, so please bear with me. That's why it is saying this. So you have just to say john hash.txt dash show the password you have already cracked, and it is saying test123. This is the password. So I'll come back right here on this session, and let me increase the fonts for you to see properly. We all know that you don't know, I mean you don't see, that's all. SU, then Gary Conway. I don't know how to spell his name, so I might just have to copy it. Okay, paste it, SU to Gary Conway, and the password is test123. And now our shell profile has changed. Let's just say who am I, and we are Gary Conway. And now are we able to read this file out as Gary, the guy with the big forehead? And we are not able to read this file. Now let's just go ahead and say sudo-l, and they are asking for the password test123, and Gary is not being allowed to run as sudo. Oh my god, what am I going to do? I'm going to quit, that's all. All right, let me think for a second again. What am I going to, oh my god, I just found an idea. We can abuse the base64 way, which we did on the shadow file, to read out the flag 3. Why didn't you just tell me, my friend? You are just there sitting on your fancy chair on your Core i9 laptop or whatsoever, seeing me suffer alone. Maybe you could have an idea. Come on, man, you could have helped me out right here. I was dying, suffering alone, and you are just there with your big ass forehead right there. All right, my friend, let's just go ahead and hit exit out of Gary Conway, and let's just come back on GT4 beans right here on base64, and let's just go ahead and copy the commands again to redo the whole thing. And the file we need to read now is this file, flag3. Run the command. Okay, come back right here, and I'll go ahead and copy the command from right here like a pro. Copy and paste, nigga. Paste it and hit enter, and as we can see, we have successfully read out this file, and this is the CTF thing. Now let's come back right here and submit the contents of flag3. Oh my god, I was so tired and frustrated, and my answer is correct. Whew. I need a coffee. I need to sleep. I am so tired from this beginner room. I need to sleep. Cybersecurity is hard, my friend. You will have to suffer. Alright, my friends, so this is it for task number 7. Let's just go ahead and move on to task number 8. You all know the drill. Terminate, start the next machine, get connected, upgrade that machine, and whatsoever. That's all. So bye bye, my friend. I'll be seeing you in the next learning unit. I love you, my friend. Good for you to be with me and good for me to be with you right here. Everything I do and everything I say just for fun, my friend. Don't let it be in your heart or whatsoever. No, I'm a man of freedom of speech or whatsoever. So it's okay, my friend. Let's just play with each other around, tinkering. It's okay, it's good for the health. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you on task number 8, which is capabilities privilege escalation vector. Bye bye, my friend. All right, my friend, we are back again just where we left off. Task number 8, which is capabilities privilege escalation vector. And by now you should have your SSH connection active and your shell should be upgraded. All right, for now I need you to just go ahead and read through everything and understand everything at your own pace. Read it through, digest this information. Is very vital and it is important. Go ahead and put it in your notes or whatsoever. This is very important information. Don't just skip it and meet me right here in the questions. No, read through everything, digest at your own pace, and make sure you understand them before you move on. And once you are done, I need you to come right here. They just tell you complete the task described above on the target system. And after that, they're gonna ask you how many binaries you have set capabilities and what other binaries can be used through its capabilities, and then what is the content of flag4.txt file. So the first question, how many binaries have set capabilities? Let's just come on our terminal and I need you to say get cap-r on the whole Linux file system, and don't forget to redirect the whole rubbish into the black hole, just like this. So this command is going to take 20 seconds or 30 seconds. So let's just go ahead and give it a second because it is going through the Linux whole file system. So it is taking a little bit longer. All right, my friend, for me, the command has finished running and it did give me these results: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 binaries. Let's just go ahead and see. This binary is called GStream 1.0 or whatsoever, PTP helper. I am not familiar with this binary. Let's just go ahead and move on. Tracer route 6, IPU tails. I'm not familiar with this binary, and also this one, but I know this ping, vim, and view. So let's just come back right here. We do have 6 binaries. Let's just go ahead and answer the question right here. All right, our answer is correct. They are saying what other binary can be used through its capability. All right, to really confirm which binary can be used to abuse its capabilities, we need to visit GT4 bins and check for vim or view. Let's come right here and search for vim, and as you can see, it has capabilities set. Let's just go ahead and open it up, and it is saying if the binary has the Linux cap SUID capability set, or it is executed by another binary with the capability set, it can be used as a backdoor to maintain privileged access by manipulating its own process UID. This requires that vim is compiled with Python support. Prepend this /pi3 for Python 3. So this is the whole command right here to abuse the capabilities on the vim binary. So let's just come back right here on the terminal, paste the command, and let's come and modify this part right here, this one, which we are going to say pi3, just like this, and let's go ahead and hit enter. And as you can see, our profile did change to just the pound sign. Let's just say ID, and we are root on this system. Who am I? We are just root. So this is it. The escalation has been done. Let's come back on try hack me. What other binary can be used through its capabilities? I don't know. Let's go ahead and check on GT4 bins, but before we go ahead and check, Let's just go ahead and find this file and submit the answer. Find slash dash name. Let me go ahead and find it in the home directory. Based from my experience, we've been finding these flags in the home directory, so we don't have to kill ourselves or waste our time. And the flag is right here. Let's just go ahead and get it out, get the answer and submit it. Wonderful. Now, what other binaries can be used through its capabilities? And I believe, let me just hit exit right here. I don't get the previous results, but I believe Vim can be also used. I mean Vim, yeah, we just used the Vim. Let's just go ahead and search for view on GT4Beans, and let's go ahead and we can check for ping. We don't have ping, so obviously it is view. And does view have capabilities? Yes, it does have, which is this one. Oh, we were, yeah, view. It's view. Let's just go ahead and submit the answer, view, and our answer is correct. Wonderful. That's it. Let's go ahead and move on to task number 9, which is cron jobs. Terminate the machine, start the new machine, go ahead and SSH through, upgrade your shell. That's it. Then meet me in the next learning unit. Bye bye, my friend. All right, my friend. Welcome to task number 9, which is cron jobs privilege escalation vector. By now, you should be already connected to an SSH session, and from there, I need you to go ahead and read through everything, digest and understand them at your own pace. This is very important information, my friend. Don't underestimate it. Go ahead, read through, understand them, put them on your notes or whatsoever. This is valuable information. Once you are done, I need you to come right here on the questions. All right, so the question is saying, how many user defined cron jobs can you see on the target system? Let's just go ahead and try to find how many cron jobs on this target system by saying cat/etc cron tab. Hit enter, and as we can see down here, seems like we do have 4. The first one is antivirus.sh, second one antivirus.sh, and third one this one, and fourth one is this one. Let's just go ahead and submit the answer, which is just 4. All right, our answer is correct. Now they are asking us what is the content of the flag5.txt file. We can just go ahead and try to find this file, but we will not be able to read it because right now we should go ahead and escalate our privileges by abusing cron jobs. Then we should go ahead and find this file and read it and submit the results back, and also what is the MAT's password. After that, maybe we need to crack this MAT user's password, and we should provide it right here. So let's just go ahead and come back on our terminal and find a way to abuse a cron job right here. All right, so we do have cron jobs. This is the first one, second one, third one, and the fourth one. But seems like this one is kind of interesting and it is unique because on this system we are Karen. We can just go ahead and confirm it. Who am I? And as we can see, we are Karen. So in the home Karen folder, we have access inside this directory because this is our home directory, and this file backup.sh exists in our home, which means we have permissions over this file, but this file should be executed as root. So overall, at any minute, this script will be executed as root. This star sign represents minutes. You can really confirm it by coming right here. The first star represents minutes, second one represents hours, the third one represents day of month, and the fourth one represents month, and the fifth one day of week. So these stars, that is what they are saying. This one represents minutes, hours, day of month, and day of week. So at any minute, this script will be executed, maybe at 1 minute or 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatsoever. So we can really go ahead and confirm what permissions do we have over this file by saying los-lah, and we paste the file name, And as we can see, this file belongs to us, but it will be executed by root, and we do have read and write permissions over this file. Let's just go ahead and cut out this file and see what's inside. And this is the code that is inside this file. So let's just go ahead and modify this file to be able to abuse it to our advantage. Let's just go ahead and see, do we have vim on this machine? Yes, we do have it. Let's just go ahead and say vim, and we paste the file name just like that. And now we are inside the file. Let's just go ahead and press I to really modify the file. Alright, what you can do from right here, you can just go ahead and remove all of this rubbish, or just go ahead and append your command or whatever you want to be executed as root. Alright, so right here what we need to put something that will give us a reverse shell on our attacker machine. That's what I need to do. So I need you to open up your browser, open up a new tab, and I need you to say pen test monkey. Open the first link that will appear on top, that is saying pen test monkey reverse shell cheat sheet, and I need you to come right here on bash, go ahead and copy this one, copy. I'll create another tab. I need to fix my command. Alright, so this command is going to launch bash and give us a reverse shell on a certain IP address and on a certain port. So the port is okay, 8080, but we need to change the IP address to our IP address. So our IP address, you can really check it right here, 10.4.95.82. So I'll go ahead and copy this command, come back with it right here and paste it right here, just like that. Alright, I'll go ahead and press escape. I'll go ahead and press shift and this key on the keyboard, I don't know what name of this key, and I'm going to say WQ, which is write and quit, and hit enter. Wonderful. Let's just go ahead and say cat over this file. I'm sorry, I just pasted the command that I did copy. Let's just go ahead and set cat over this file to really see, did we write it successfully? Yes, we did append our command inside that file. Now what's important is to put the appropriate permissions over this file, so any user can just come and tamper around or execute this file, because we are the owner of this file. We have read write permissions, and everybody inside the group of us, which is just a regular user, they only can read this file, they cannot modify it or execute it. And the whole world, which may just include all users on this system, only have read access over this file. So root cannot be executing this file because this file belongs to us. So let's just go ahead and put some execute permissions over this file, so any user can just come and execute this file. So let's just go ahead and say chmod +x and paste the name of the file. You need to change the permissions and hit enter. Now let's just go ahead and confirm, did we put some execute permissions? And as we can see, as the owner, we have read write execute permissions, and the people inside our group have read and execute permissions, and also the whole world has read and execute permissions. So root might be able to execute this file at any time. Now let's just go ahead and launch a listener to get ready to catch a reverse shell. Let's just go ahead and say rl rep and see on port 8080. Let's go ahead and hit enter, and let's wait for a minute to really see if we are going to catch a reverse shell. Hopefully we should do, because I think I did everything perfectly fine. And as you can see, I just received a shell. It is saying root at this IP address. You can just really go ahead and confirm by saying ID. We are root. Who am I on this system? I am root. Wonderful. We have escalated our privileges through this cron job that exists in our home directory path. All right, let's come to try hack me right here. They are saying what is the content of flag 5. Let's just go ahead and try to find flag5.txt file by saying find in the, I'm going to start in the home directory, and if I didn't find anything, I'll search the whole system. Flag5.txt. Don't forget to output all the errors into the black hole. and flag 5 is right here. Let's just go ahead and carry it out, and this is the capture the flag or the flag or whatsoever. Let's go ahead and submit the answer. Wonderful, our answer has been accepted and it is correct. Now, what is Matt's password? So right here we need to crack this user's password to be able to view his password. So we need to read the shadow file and get his hash, then crack it and get his password. So let me clear the screen. I'll go ahead and say cat/etc/shadow, and I'm just going to grab anywhere that says Matt, and I'll hit enter. And this is the Matt user and his shadow, not his shadow file, I mean his hash. So I'm gonna copy it from right here to right here, just like this. Copy. I'll create another tab just like this. Let me increase the fonts. Let's just go ahead and say mousepad hash.txt. I'll remove the hash inside right here, paste the new hash, Control S to save, close this window. Now let's come to join the Reaper hash.txt file. Let's just go ahead and hit enter. And John Reaper say they already cracked this hash, so I have already cracked this hash before. What you can just say from now on, John hash -- show, and the password is saying it is 123456. Now let's come back right here and submit. 123456, submit. And our answer is correct, and we have completed task number 9. Now let's just go ahead and move on to task number 10. You all know the drill. Terminate this machine, start the next machine, get connected to the SSH connection, then wait for me there. All right, my friends, so this is it for this learning unit. I'll be seeing you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome to task number 10, which is path privilege escalation vector. And by now you should have already an SSH connection right here. All right, so right now I need you to go ahead and read through everything, digest, understand them at your own pace. This is valuable information. Don't skip anything or whatsoever, my friend. Just go ahead and read through all of this information, and I'll need you to meet me right here on the questions. They are saying, what is the old folder you have write access for? So to do so, I'll need you to come right here on top and go ahead and copy this command. Come back on the terminal, go ahead and run this command, just like that. Let's just go ahead and give it a second. It won't take too long. All right, my friend, my command has finished running. Let's just go ahead and scroll up to the top, and our question was, what is the old folder you have write access for? Let's just come right here, and we are current on this system. Let's just go ahead and look at these folders. These are dev folders. They are not interesting or whatsoever. These are just system folders. And down here we have etc folder, and down here we have access, write access in the Moodoj folder, which is just another user on this system. So this might be the old folder we have write access on, but let's just go ahead and read through. Maybe we can find another folder. I don't think so. There is nothing else. Let me just go ahead and copy and paste it right here. /home/Moodoj, submit. All right, our answer is correct. Now they're telling us exploit the path vulnerability to read the contents of the flag 6.txt file. Let's just go ahead and click complete. And they're asking, what is the content of flag 6.txt file? Let's just come back right here on the terminal, and I'll need you to go inside that home Moodoj folder, cd. Let me clear the screen, and I'm there. ls. We see we do have two files. Let's just go ahead and cut them out. All right, this is a Python file. It is using Python 3 and is saying import OS, import system, and they are telling us to try, not telling us, I'm just reading the code. And they have a try function, which is just calling a binary on this system called THM, and expect sys.exit or whatsoever. Just go ahead and copy this code and submit it on ChatGPT. It will go ahead and explain a little better than me. All right, and we also do have this test file right here. Let's just go ahead and say file test to really see what is this file. And it is a binary that has a setuid, elf, and a 64-bit binary, LSB, shared objects, or whatsoever. This is the information about the binary. Let's just go ahead and try to run it. All right, I don't know what just happened, but I think this binary tests, let me try to run it again using this way. All right, yes, this is the correct way to run it. This dot is telling it that this test binary exists in the current folder. All right, so they are telling us THM not found. As we all know, we cut out this Python file right here that has this code, and they are also calling THM. So we are just assuming that this test binary has been compiled from this script right here. So we gotta have a THM binary on our system we can use to abuse. So we can create a malicious binary or whatsoever that is called THM, and we can add it in the environment folders of this system. So when we type THM or just launch this application, it will go ahead and try to launch THM. They'll find our malicious binary and run it, and hopefully we should have a root shell. So let's just go ahead and try to read the environment path by saying echo $path, and this is the environment path right here. And if we are able to add something to the environment path, we'll be good to go. Let's just come back right here on try hack me, scroll down. By adding something, just go ahead and say export path is equals to, then you put the path you want to put, and it should be a folder you will have access on, and you put these signs and you say $path, and you should say echo, and you should be able to see your path right there. And if it is successfully been added, then you'll be good to go to exploit this system. So let's just go ahead and copy this command, export path or whatsoever. Let me clear the screen. All right, let me not clear the screen. Let me just go ahead and paste the command, hit enter, and the command did run successfully. Now I'll go ahead and say echo path to read it again, and my path folder I have put has been added to the path system. So now if I put a THM binary or something that is called THM, the system is going to look for that THM binary in these path environment locations or whatsoever. So hopefully they'll just go out also and check in the temporary directory. So we have to put a binary called THM in the temporary directory. This binary should perform some things that can benefit us, so to be able to get a root access shell. So let's just go ahead and get inside the temporary directory. LOS, what do we have right here? Bunch of files. All right, let's come back right here and try hack me. All right, they have gone inside the temporary directory, and they're just saying echo this bin bash into THM and change the permission to 77, and then they are going to LOS the file permissions just like this and see some file permissions, and later on who am I, they're confirming who they are, ID, they're checking who they are, and they will go ahead and run the test binary, and after that it should find the THM binary inside right here and execute it with its own permission. So we should have the bin bash, which is just a shell, as root. So let's just go ahead and try to do that. Let's come back right here and say copy slash no, let's just say echo slash bin slash bash, just like this. Put it in the file called THM, just like this. Wonderful. bin bash has been added into the THM binary. Let's LOS. We can see the binaries right here. No, I made a mistake. I didn't redirect the contents of bin bash into a file. We have to do it like this. Wonderful. Let's LOS. We can see the THM binary, not binary file, just exists right here. We can carry it out to see its contents. It will just go ahead and launch bin bash. All right, after that, go ahead and put some execute permissions over the file. I'm going to put all 7s, which means everyone can have access over this file. Anyone who have access over this file. All right, if I say LOS over this file, you can see everyone, as we have read, write, and execute permissions. The persons inside the group who already exist have read, write, and execute permissions, and the whole world have read, write, and execute permissions. All right, now let's come back into the home folder /modoc. I believe that is the correct name. And if I say LOS, we all know that we have this test binary right here that is going to try to find the THM binary. Let's just go ahead and launch it just like this. And we all know for now we are just carrying this IP address, so let's just go ahead and hit enter. And as we can see, our shell did change to root at this IP address. Now if I say ID, I am root. Who am I? I am root. Wonderful. Now let's just go ahead and find the flag6.txt file by saying find / in the home first. If I did not find it, I'll go ahead and search the whole file system. Don't forget to put all the rubbish inside the black hole. Hit enter. And I did not find it in any home directory. Now I'll go ahead and search for it in the whole system file. The whole system is just /. I'll go ahead and hit enter, and the command is not working. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? I'm not even putting the file name to search. Jesus. flag6.txt. Hit enter, and the flag is right here. Carry it out, get the flag. Let's go ahead and submit it. And our answer is correct. So this is it for this task number 10. Now let's just go ahead and move on to task number 11. You all know the drill. Terminate, start another machine, connect to SSH, then meet me in the next learning unit. Bye bye, my friend. All right, my friend. Welcome to task number 11, which is NFS privilege escalation vector. By now, you should have your SSH connection ready to go, and go ahead and read through everything. I need you to understand it better at your own pace. Read everything, take some notes or whatsoever. This information is very important and it is vital. All right, down here it says notice or whatsoever. This is just the information of learning. We are interested on the questions right here. They are saying how many mountable shares can you identify on the target system. Let's just go back on our terminal, and I need you to say cat /etc exports, and this is mountable shares we are finding /home/backup temporary directory, and this folder again, home Ubuntu shared folder. So we actually have 3 mountable shares. Let's come back right here and submit 3. You can also try to find these mountable shares outside the target system by doing this. Let me create a right pane, and I'll say show mount -e and submit the IP address of the target system by saying 10.10.253.7 and hit enter. It will go ahead and show you mountable shares on the target system. And as you can see, we found home Ubuntu shared folder, temporary directory, and home backup. All right, let's come back on try hack me. They are saying how many shares have the no root squash option enabled. Let's come back right here and read through. We can see home backup has no root squash, share enabled, option enabled, not share. Temporary directory has no root squash enabled, and also this one no root squash enabled. So the answer obviously is 3 again. Alright, our answer is correct, and they are telling us to gain a root shell on the target system. We'll go ahead and do so. Alright, let's come back right here. So what's most important is to make sure which folder that has no root squash option enabled you have access on. That's the most important thing you have to note. Which folder, which share, these ones you have access on, which does have this option no root squash enabled. Take a note of that. So let's just go ahead and try to see what permissions do we have on the first folder. And as you can see, it is telling us permission denied. So I guess we don't have some permissions over this folder. And on the temporary directory, I believe we do have, because this is where the rubbish goes, and we do have over this file. And also the lastly folder, let me clear the screen for things to be looking nice. And the last folder also, we have read and write execute permissions over this file. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Now I need you to go ahead and mount this share. You can go ahead and find that command right here on the try hack me walkthrough, which is just you go ahead and make a directory in your temporary folder. You can just go ahead and name it something, then you go ahead and mount that directory, mount the share on the target system on your directory you have created on your system. Then we'll start making a file with this code, but you'll be making this code inside the target system, but it looks like you are doing it on your system, but no, you are putting those files in the target system. So now let's open up our terminal. I'll create the right pane. Let me increase the fonts for you to see. Oh my god, need the right pane. Let me increase the fonts, and I'll say mkdir / temporary directory, or just go ahead and name it kill, and now cd into kill. Alright, I am right here. I'll go ahead and say mount -o, and the IP address of the target system 10.10.253.7 / which is the folder you want to mount. I've cleared the screen. Let me just go ahead and see the name of the folder I need to mount. Cat etc, what is it, exports. So I need to mount this folder. Okay, just like this. Let me fix the terminal. Alright, I need to mount it in the temporary directory kill folder and hit enter. Alright, they are telling us can't find mount, can't find it in whatsoever. What is wrong right here? Alright, I think the problem is right here. I have put 2 / let me just remove one, and the command is not working. Let's come back right here and try hack me to really see where did we mess up. Alright, we forgot the -o and rw. Yeah, -o and rw, hit enter, and as we can see, our command is hanging, which means something is cooking in the background. Let's give it a second. Come on, let's go, buddy. Alright, the command did run successfully. I'll go ahead and create a down tab, and I'll say los inside the temporary queue directory, and it doesn't have anything. Let's just go ahead and confirm, are we really connected, by just saying los right here in the temporary directory, not in the temporary directory, but the Ubuntu shared folder. los inside this folder, and we don't find any file, so which means maybe we are really connected. So now I need you to come back right here, and I need you to go ahead and create a file with this code right here. For me, I already have this code on the other side, so I need you to say mousepad or vim, but mousepad is good. And I'll just name this file something else. What do I want to name it? x.c. No, let me remove x and put a name that is actually right here. All right, nfs.c. yeah, let me do so. nfs.c, hit enter. And now let me pause the video for a second and grab the code. I have copied the code. I'll go ahead and paste it right here. Control S to save this file. It might take 2 seconds or 5 seconds to save this file because we are putting this file in a remote device. It's not your local system. Let's just go ahead and close. And you can really confirm that this file is being put on the target system by also just coming right here on the target system and LOS home Ubuntu shared folder. And as you can see, the file exists right here, which means we are connected. I have put my language there, which is we have connected completely in the correct way. Yeah. All right, let's come back on try hack me and follow the walkthrough. We have to change the permissions. Not changing the permissions. We have to compile the code, gcc, then nfs.c-o nfs-w. All right, let's go ahead and do so. gcc over nfs .c-o nfs-w. Hit enter. The code is going to be compiled. Come on, let's go. All right, if I say los-loah, we do have the NSF binary right here, and it is owned by root. This is the vulnerability because of that no root squash enabled option. This is the vulnerability. So let's just go ahead and add the SUID bit permissions over this file. So plus S, then NFS, hit enter. Wonderful. Let's come back right here on try hack me. We are following everything properly. Let's just really go ahead and confirm by saying los-loah-nfs. We can see now it is owned by root and it has SUI bit permissions set on over this binary. Wonderful. All right, by following the try hack me walkthrough, they are really going to confirm ID, their username. They are just alpha and los. This is the file and this is the permissions of the file, and they are going to execute that file by just putting this ./nfs and the ID. They are just root. Who am I? They are just root. So I think while we are going through, you can see that we are following through everything, this walkthrough. So if something fails as it happened back then, it will be the problem of the system. So let's just go ahead and come right here on the target system and say ID, who we are, Karen, who am I, Karen. All right, let's just go ahead inside this folder. Let me fix the terminal and I'll go ahead and say los-loah to list all the files inside this folder. We can see we have NFS. Now let's just go ahead and detonate the exploit. Let's just go ahead and hit enter. And it is saying this file is not available on this system. So the problem right here is compiling exploits on another machine, and then you transfer the exploit to the target machine. The exploit is not going to work because it might have the two different versions of GCC, the compiler, or something else that goes through those things. It will not just work because, as you can see, the binary we compiled on our system right here is not working on this system, and this system is kind of old. We all know that. So the problem is not ours. What I need you to do, you have paid attention in this room, I need you to just go ahead and pay attention and take everything on the notes. This is the right way to exploit it. If we have GCC in this target system, that will be great, but I don't know how to use it. All right, as you can see, we don't have GCC compiler in the target system. We could have just find a way to use it, but right here we have followed everything that try hack me taught us to do. The whole walkthrough, we have followed it, but it is not working because another file is missing that is required by the binary we have compiled on our attacking system and they have transferred to the target system, and it is not working. So sometimes when you compile an exploit on your system and transfer it to the target, it will not go ahead and work because maybe the compiler is different with the old system or whatsoever. So this file is missing on this system. All right, so what should we do now? Because we need to read the flag number 7.txt. What should we do? All right, my friend, I have sourced it out and I have found the flag, so we are just going to submit the flag right here. There's nothing we can do because we are not succeeding in the exploiting this NFS share right here because of something else. The compiler or the system is different with ours or whatsoever. So this is the flag you have to put right here. Just go ahead and click submit, and the answer is correct. Then we'll move on to the next learning unit, which is number 12. And number 12 is kind of special because it is a capstone challenge. So this is it for this learning unit, my friend. Meet me in the next learning unit, then we'll go ahead and face this challenge. This challenge requires us to combine all the information and knowledge we have learned through the whole tasks to compile them and escalate in this target system and have access as the root user. All right, my friends, so this is it. Bye bye. I'll be seeing you in this capstone challenge in the next learning unit. All right, we are back again just where we left off. Capstone challenge, task number 12. It is saying, by now you have a fairly good understanding of the main privilege escalation vectors on Linux, and this challenge should be fairly easy. You have gained SSH access to a large scientific facility. Try to elevate your privileges until you are root. We designed this room to help you build a thorough methodology for Linux privilege escalation that will be very helpful in exams such as OSCP and your penetration testing engagements. Leave no privilege escalation vector unexplored. Privilege escalation is often more an art than a science. You can access the target machine over your browser or use the SSH credentials below to access it through an SSH session. So this is the credentials, and for me I have already connected to the SSH session. Alright, so they don't have any clues or whatsoever. They'll just ask you for flag1.txt and flag2.txt. That's all. So now we are right here on the target system. Let's just go ahead and say, who am I? We are Leonardo, host name. That's the IP address or whatsoever. But right now I need you to go ahead and use the cheat sheet I have prepared for you. For me, it is in the downloads folder right here, and I need you to open initial enumeration, and I need you to open the cheat sheet. This is the file I need you to use to try to escalate your privileges on this target system by following this cheat sheet right here. Alright, so this is show upgrades right here on top, and the cheat sheet begins from right here. Who am I? We are Leonardo. Just go ahead and say ls/home to really see how many users on this system, and this is enumerating the Linux version, so possibly maybe you can find the kernel exploits, and this is enumerating the network, and sudo-l to really see what can we run as sudo without providing a password. And this is hunting binaries that you have capabilities set on, hunting cron jobs. This is reading the history file and looking for something juicy. This is reading the mountable shares, and if there is no root squash option enabled on any share, then we proceed to NFS attack. This is trying to see what permissions we have over the shadow file, and if we can cat out the file, we can crack any hash and switch user to that user we have cracked the hash. ls etc password file to really check if we can write in this file, and this is some command to find the binaries that has SUI bit set, and this is the command to find binaries that have SGID bit set. and this command is trying to hunt for SSH keys, and this command is putting your desired folder on the path, and if you successfully put it, we can go ahead and move. If we can modify, then we can go ahead and proceed to path exploits. You all know that we have performed that earlier, so nothing is new. So based from my experience, based on my experience, I am going to start with something that is very easy, that doesn't have many steps or whatsoever, like hunting for SSH keys, or finding SUID bit set binaries and this SGID set binaries, or trying to see the shadow file or whatsoever. So for me, I'm just going to start with this command right here that is going to find binaries with SUID bit set. I'll go ahead and copy it, clear the screen, run the command. I'll go ahead and give it a second, and this is where we are. All right, let's go ahead and leave the command run. All right, so the command did finish running. We can scroll up to the top, and we have something that is very interesting on top, which is base64 binary right here. It has an SUID bit set, and we have abused this binary right here back then. So this is the only way to go. Let's just go ahead and visit our friendly GT4 bins. You all know the drill, nothing is new. Let's search for base64, and we have SUID set on it. All right, it is saying if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to abuse access the file system. Escalate or maintain privileged access as an SUID vector. If it is used to run SH whatsoever, go ahead and read through on your own. We have read this before. All right, so I'm going to start by copying the command right here. Come right here, let me clear the screen, and the file I'll need to read is the shadow file. This is the most interesting file to start with. It is saying shadow. All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on and try to decode it, to encode the file and then decode it by pasting this command and hit enter, and it is not working. Let's just go ahead and remove the first things right here, just like this. And as we can see, we are able to read the shadow files, and we have root hash, and we have Leonardo hash and Missy hash. So let's just go ahead and copy from right here on root to the end, which is on Missy right here. Copy, create a new tab, follow along, pay attention. I'll say mousepad shadow.txt file, and I'll go ahead and paste everything. But before I save this file, I need to remove some shit. When I say shit, this is the things that I'm talking about. This doesn't have any hash, so I am going to remove them because they don't have any hash. So I am going to remove them and leave root right here, just like this. This is the only users that only has a hash. Root, Leonardo, and Missy, they only have hashes. So I'll go ahead and save this file. All right, before I save it and try to read the password file and compile them or whatsoever, let's just go ahead and try to crack these hashes one by one. That's the only thing we can do by copying the hash from right here. I'm going to start with Leonardo to right here. Copy the hash from right here. No. Let me increase the fonts. Yes, copy the hash from right here to right here, just like this. Copy. I'll come back right here and I'll say mousepad hash dot txt file. I'll remove the hash that already exists right here and paste the new one. Control S to save it, and I'll close this file. I'll come back right here and I'll say John the Reaper, please can you do the job for now. John hash.txt, hit enter, and it is going to start cracking the hash, and it is using this word list right here. Let's just go ahead and give it 1 minute, and if it did not crack it, or go ahead and try another hash or try another word list file like roq or something else. let's just go ahead and try to crack this hash. Let's give it a minute, and if it did fail, we'll move on to the next hash. Alright, my friend, you can check the time. It's been some minutes, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and I haven't found anything yet. I'll go ahead and cancel, and I'll go ahead and try another hash, mousepad hash.txt. I'll remove this one and paste the missy hash, this one, from right here to right here. Copy, and where's the mousepad hash.txt, paste it right here, Control S to save, close the file. Alright, John hash.txt, but this time I'm just going to use another word list. I don't want to use the default one. I'm just going to use rowq.txt. So I'm gonna locate where is rowq.txt, and this is the location of rowq.txt. So I'm gonna put it right here, just like this, and hit enter. All right, it is telling me that I have cracked this hash before, and that's the truth. I can just go ahead and say john hash.txt -- show and hit enter, and it is saying this hash, its password is password 1, just like this. So we can come back right here on the terminal, or create another terminal and say ssh as missy, and we provide the password on this IP address. Or we can just come right here, clear the screen, and say su missy, and they'll tell you to put the password, and the password is password 1. Hit enter, and as you can see, our terminal did change to missy. And if we say who am I, we are missy on this system. All right, so we can start the enumeration again, because this is another user. They may have another capabilities over this system, but the first thing we need to do as a new user is to type sudo -l to see if this user may be allowed to run applications with root access. And as we can see, we are finding this binary code find right here. Let's just go ahead and open the browser and move on to GT4 bins. We all know the drill. Search for find, and it is right here, and it is allowed to run with sudo. We click on sudo, and we are right here. Let's just go ahead and copy this command, come back on our terminal, paste it, and as we can see, our bash shell has just changed. Let's just say ID, and it looks like I am root. I did it. I have escalated through this system. Wonderful. Let's come back right here on try hack me, flag1.txt file, find slash, let's try in the home directories first, flag1.txt. Let's redirect all the rubbish into the black hole, and this is the location of flag1.txt. Now let's find flag2.txt, and this is the location of flag2.txt. Let's just go ahead and read them out. All right, let's go ahead and submit them. Flag1, submit. The answer is correct. Flag2, submit. The answer is also correct, and they are telling us congratulations, you have completed the room. Share with your friends. I don't want to share anything right here. I am done. Let me take a break. All right, my friends, so this is it for this room, Linux Privilege Escalation, and this is it for this section, part of the course. Meet me in the next section, my friend, then we'll wrap up this course. This is it, my friend. We have completed these 2 rooms, Linux Privilege Escalation and also Linux Privilege Arena. We have completed them, and now you are very much equipped with Linux Privilege Escalation knowledge and vectors or whatsoever. So this is it for this section part of the course. I'll be meeting you in the next one, my friend. Bye bye, farewell.